Jonas here, or is he on Zoom? Okay, thanks. Yeah, we have quorum. We're good. Yes. And Orlando's on his way over. He's just a little slower today. I know. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dan Gorodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission and Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's public meeting. Before we start, undoubtedly, you all saw the news of the crane collapse in Hell's Kitchen around 7:30 this morning. Our heart goes out to all who are affected, including those who were injured. We will be thinking of all of them today. We are, as part of the work of the City Planning Commission, going to start with a special review session on 1160 Flushing Avenue in Bushwick, Brooklyn, which the Commission approved at the end of June, for which the City Council is considering a modification. Then we're going to have several votes before moving on to our sole public hearing for the day. First up on votes, we will consider a plan to acquire office space for the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene at 532 Fulton Street in downtown Brooklyn, less than a block from the 2, 3, 4, 5B, Q, and R trains. The offices would service 55 staff and over 10,000 clients. Next up, a vote on 1233 57th Street in Borough Park, Brooklyn. This project would create 60 homes, 18 of them permanently income restricted, next to the D train in a neighborhood that's seen very little housing built in the last decade. Back to Manhattan, we will vote on an automated parking garage as part of 262 Fifth Avenue, a residential tower in Nomad, just north of Madison Square Park. The Commission will also vote on the landmarking of former colored school number 4 in Chelsea. Having received approval from the Landmarks Preservation Commission, this building is the only known surviving Manhattan school building that exclusively served Black students and serves as an important historical reminder of racially segregated education in New York City. Our last votes today will be on 6 zoning lot subdivisions located in Great Kills, Staten Island. Those addresses are 276, 278, 282, and 284 Corbin Avenue, 6 Hilltop Place, and 256 Lindenwood Road. Today's sole public hearing, and I am incredibly excited for this one, is on the Department of City Planning's City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality text amendment, which would modernize New York City's zoning resolution and make it easier to install green technologies to heat and cool our homes, power electric vehicles, help people compost and recycle, and more. It is difficult to overemphasize just how important these measures are in our battle against climate change. The world is facing a climate emergency, a reality that has been driven home recently by the Canadian wildfires that continue to impact our city and by the record-breaking heat waves happening around the globe. We must create a more energy-efficient society with greatly reduced carbon emissions. But our 1961 zoning, well, that is standing in the way, and that is what City of Yes will fix. This plan would significantly reduce barriers to energy-efficient technology like solar panels, electric vehicle charging stations, green retrofits for buildings, and much, much more. The result will be a path toward a greener city, one with fresher air for our children to breathe, sustainable energy sources heating and cooling our homes instead of dirty boilers, low or zero emission cars on our roads with permeable paving, keeping our water and waste systems cleaner, and with composting everywhere to put our garbage to work instead of in a landfill. We are proud of the work that we have done here and of the great reception that City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality has received across New York City. The proposal received 24 yes votes from community boards, as well as supportive recommendations from Manhattan Borough Board, as well as Borough Presidents Vanessa Gibson of the Bronx, Mark Levine of Manhattan, Donovan Richards of Queens, and Antonio Reynoso of Brooklyn. It has also garnered supportive letters from public and private groups, many of whom are here today. Those entities include city agencies like the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, the New York City Fire Department, and the Department of Buildings. They include environmental groups like the New York League of Conservation Voters, Urban Green Council, and We Act for Environmental Justice. They include housing advocacy organizations like the Citizens Housing Planning Council and the New York State Association for Affordable Housing. They include organizations for the continued success of New York City, such as Association for a Better New York, Partnership for New York City, and the Regional Plan Association, and many, many more. This is a plan that I believe will have a positive impact on every corner of the city. I also want to note that City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality is an important part of the equation, but it is not the only part. It will work hand in hand with Local Law 97 and other measures at the local, state, and federal level to reduce our emissions and create a greener society for everyone. This proposal meets the moment and is necessary for the climate crisis we are in. So we look forward to our public hearing on that item. But before we get there, we have some business to take care of. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Ryan. Let's get to it.
Yes, this is a special review session of the New York City Planning Commission on Wednesday, July 26, 2023. The time is 10:06 a.m. and a quorum is present in the hearing room here at 120 Broadway. The first and only item on the agenda is the City Council modification scope determination for 1160 Flushing Avenue in Brooklyn Community District 4. Here to describe the proposal on Zoom is Jonah Rogoff. Jonah?
Good morning, Chair Grodnick and commissioners. So this is an application at 1160 Flushing Avenue, which you recall is a proposal for a zoning map amendment to facilitate a 9-story mixed commercial light manufacturing building, which was recently subject to a council modification and returning for a scope determination. Next slide. So as you can see, the project is located within the Bushwick neighborhood of Brooklyn at 1160 Flushing Avenue. And the original proposal, or the current proposal, is still for an M11 to an M15 zoning map amendment. Next slide. So as you can see here, this is a comparison of the original and modified proposal. Under the original proposal, the project area would extend to Wyckoff Avenue. And then as modified by the City Council, there was a reduction in the size of the district to a distance of 170 feet from Wyckoff Avenue. And this would essentially result in a couple of lots, lots 40 and 29 would be excluded from the project area. We would note that the original proposal was extended to Wyckoff Avenue in order to better meet the location of an existing subway station at Wyckoff Avenue. And then as part of the modification, the applicant has submitted a tech memo to the final EIS due to the need to revise the air quality e-designation, although the conclusions of the EIS will not change. In conclusion, the department finds the proposed modification to be within scope of the environmental review and land use application, and we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Jonah. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Do we have any other or a fuller statement regarding the rationale for the modification on the part of the council?
The rationale was centered around partly the negotiations between the applicant and the council, wanting to ensure that a portion of the space is light industrial, and a commitment between them. Because the other lots were not owned by the applicant, there was a feeling or decision by the council to remove those from the project area.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Benjamin.
I just want to make sure, if we put the map on with the zoning areas around it, that we're not creating a little spot zone with this M15 now.
I will just say that this spot zone is a technical term, is in the eye of the beholder, and we will. And just from the department's perspective, we think that the land use rationale that was approved by the commission and the map represents the strongest land use rationale. Is this this is a less strong land use rationale? However, we think that you know, it is really up to a court or someone to decide whether or not something is a spot zoning. That's not for the department to call it that.
Okay. So it's up to our individual judgments as to whether that created a...
Sure. It would be, like I said, that's a legal technical term. It's not, you know,
right.
Something that we just sort of say. Now, the property owners on Wyckoff may have a different opinion about that.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan.
And putting that question aside for 1 second, the question before us here is a scope determination.
Right.
Is there any argument here that this is not within scope to make the modification? No, it's within scope.
The current zoning that is on those sites would remain the zoning, and so it's sort of like it's between two goalposts. And so that's the land use scope determination, and environmental review did a analysis for the environmental scope and determined that there's no new impacts from this change.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Benjamin.
I would argue that if the result of that proposed change by the council was to create something called the spot zone, which we might know when we see it, but we would wait for a court to confirm that would not be within scope. I would just put that.
I don't know if that's correct, Commissioner.
Yeah, that is not, I would want to defer that to our general counsel before we address that question.
Okay, so she's not here right now.
She's not here right now.
I mean, we have.
But has reviewed this proposal and.
She has reviewed and concluded that.
And concluded that this was within scope.
Is within the scope of
Yes.
both land use and environmental scope.
Yes.
So that is what we're being asked to review here. This was not the application that we approved. It's smaller. And so that may not be our preference here, and certainly I think it's okay for the council to know that. But we do have a question of scope determination here. So unless there are other questions or comments, I'm going to move to a vote on that issue. Okay. All right, so I'm going to seek assent by voice vote to send a letter to the council that the modifications they're making are within scope here. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes the special review session for today.
Great, thank you. And now we are on to our hearing and public meeting. So welcome again, and Madam Secretary, I'm going to ask you to start this meeting.
Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held remotely through the NYC Engage portal and in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, Lower Concourse. Today is Wednesday, July 26, 2023. I will now call the roll. Chair Grodnick.
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Present.
Commissioner Bozark is absent. Commissioner
she's on
Cerullo.
Zoom. Oh, but not here.
Bozark. Commissioner Cerullo.
What, here. Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, here.
Commissioner Crowell.
I think I'm here. Am I here?
Present.
Commissioner Doak.
Here.
Commissioner Gold.
Here.
Commissioner Goodrich. Here. Commissioner Kermani, I believe we have on Zoom.
Here.
Commissioner Marin.
Here.
Commissioner Osorio.
Here.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Here.
A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the special public meeting of Monday, July 24th, 2023.
Great, thank you. On the minutes of the 24th of July, I will make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice Chairman seconds. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Minutes are approved.
Scheduling calendar numbers 1 through 8. We have resolutions for adoption scheduling Wednesday, August 9, 2023, for a public hearing to be held in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, and remotely through the NYC Engage portal.
Great, thank you. I make a motion to approve the resolutions. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Marin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Resolution is adopted.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 6. Borough Brooklyn, calendar number 9, 532 Fulton DOHMH office space, CD2 N240001 PXK, in the matter of an application for a notice of intent to acquire office space concerning 532 Fulton, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene office space. For a favorable report on calendar number 9, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Doak.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 9. Borough Brooklyn, calendar numbers 10 and 11, 1233 57th Street rezoning. CD12, calendar number 10, C230117ZMK, calendar number 11, N230118ZRK. And the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 1233 57th Street rezoning. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 10 and 11, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Doak.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 10 and 11. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 12, 262 Fifth Avenue, CD5, C230094, ZSM. In the matter of an application for a special permit concerning 262 Fifth Avenue. For favorable report on calendar number 12, Chair Garodnick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin,
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Gold,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich,
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani,
Yes.
Commissioner Madden,
No. No, excuse me.
Commissioner Osorio.
No, I agree with the community board and the borough president that we shouldn't be incentivizing car usage in transit-rich areas.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
No.
Favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 12. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 13, former colored school number 4, CD4 N230362HIM, and the matter of an application of a communication from the Landmarks Preservation Commission regarding a landmark designation concerning the former colored school number 4. For the adoption of calendar number 13 for referral to the City Council, Chair Garodnick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Gold,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich,
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani,
Yes.
Commissioner Madden,
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Calendar number 13 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 14 and 15. CD3, calendar number 14, N230040 RCR, 276, 278, 282, and 284 Corbin Avenue. Calendar number 15, N230303 RCR, 6 Hilltop Place and 256 Lindenwood Road. And the matter of applications for the grant of certifications concerning 276, 278, 282, and 284 Corbin Avenue, and 6 Hilltop Place and 256 Lindenwood Road. For the adoption of calendar numbers 14 and 15, Chair Garodnick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin,
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Gold,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich,
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani,
Yes.
Commissioner Madden,
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Calendar numbers 14 and 15 have been adopted. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 9.
Great. Thank you very much. We're going to ask those who are testifying today to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. We are going to get right into it. I'm going to start with, and you all will forgive us in the early part of the hearing because we've got some elected officials and agency officials. I am going to see if the Bronx Borough President, Vanessa Gibson, is available on the Zoom and see if she is there and ready. And if so, we will start with her. Let's call the item first before I get so excited as to call the witnesses, huh? Let's do that. Madam Secretary, what are we actually hearing today at the City Planning Commission?
Calendar number 16, City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality, citywide, N230113ZRY, public hearing in the matter of an application for zoning text amendment concerning City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality. Thank you.
Well, that is great. What a nice thing to have a hearing on today. That's perfect. Okay, as anticipated, now we're going to get started. And if the Borough President of the Bronx is available, we'll start with her on Zoom, and we'll move on. So we have Rit Agarwal, who's the city's chief climate officer, who is standing in the hallway just finishing a call. So we're going to give him a minute to finish. Let us go to Gregory Elcock.
Gregory is promoted, so he should be able to speak.
All right. right, I just got the unmute button. Good morning, everyone. Am I on?
Good morning, you are on.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm not sure. I think this is no video, correct? I don't see myself on. Is that correct? I just want to make sure.
You should have the ability to turn on your camera should you choose.
Let me see here. Please give me 1 second. I think it's coming up.
It appears the video's not working, but we could proceed without the video.
Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. All right. So good morning, all. My name is Greg Elcock, and I'm the Vice President of Customer Clean Energy Programs at Con Edison. I'm pleased to testify in support of the New York City's City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality zoning amendment, and commend New York City on taking the lead in reducing barriers to progress in clean energy integration and expansion in our city. Con Edison's clean energy commitment demonstrates our company's dedication to leading the transition towards a clean energy future. This includes investing in innovative and resilient energy infrastructure, advancing electrification in heating and transportation, and providing our customers with 100% clean energy by 2040. Con Edison is supportive of the proposed zoning amendments, which remove obstacles to the integration of solar energy storage and electric vehicle infrastructure. The proposed zoning changes align with the ambitious climate goals of the city and state by promoting the adoption of EVs and e-bikes, distributed energy access, and energy efficient retrofits. Such changes will enable Con Edison to bring carbon reducing solutions to New Yorkers faster. To support our city and state's carbon reduction objectives, Con Edison is already proactively preparing for the shift in electric load resulting from the clean energy transition, namely the installation of heat pumps and the adoption of electric vehicles and micro-mobility options. Con Edison has also developed the country's second largest EV charging infrastructure program and partnered with the New York City Department of Transportation to pilot curbside EV chargers across all boroughs. Con Edison's proactive activities will dovetail nicely with the proposed zoning amendments. The proposed amendments will also accelerate progress in clean transportation and distributed energy resource integration. These amendments will open up spaces for EVs and e-bike charging in various districts, including commercial and residential zones. By expanding transportation access to communities across the city, building and parking lot owners, fleet managers, Con Edison and other stakeholders will be better positioned to plan for and install EV and micro-mobility charging stations in a city that is quickly electrifying its transportation sector. Furthermore, the proposed amendments will expedite the development of distributed generation, such as solar and energy storage. By providing clear installation requirements and specifying permitted locations for energy storage, developers will gain certainty and accelerate progress towards integrating these renewable energy sources. Con Edison is fully committed to supporting New York City and New York State's clean energy goals, as well as our own clean energy commitment. The clarity and flexibility afforded by the city's zoning changes will enable Con Edison to accelerate our clean energy programs and towards our clean energy future. Thank you. That's it.
I'm going to just move on unless you all raise. Okay, thank you very much for being with us today. Commissioner Osorio has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really important to have the utility present in this conversation. I'm wondering if you can please share with us what's the status of the implementation of some of the mandates from the determined in the REV transformation, some of the requirements from the PSC in terms of particularly addressing places where the utility in the past has experienced issues with demand. I'm very interested in hearing what's the status specifically of the Brooklyn Queens Demand Management Program and whether or not right now the infrastructure is in place to address some of the issues with peaks during summertime.
Okay. I think there was a lot in the question, then I'll try to answer it like this. I think if the question is really pointing towards grid capability and grid readiness for electrification, I think the answer from the Con Edison is that the company can handle and fully supports the state's ambitious climate laws, which are critical for our future. Just last week, the Public Service Commission approved our investment plan, which will enable us to transition away from fossil fuels and at the same time continue a safe and reliable service to our 10 million New Yorkers. So both, I think, currently we are prepared, and the rate plan that was just approved last Thursday also supports future growth and future stability of the grid for whatever electrification needs may happen.
Thank you for your response. Is it possible for you to share some of those documents with us to review them in detail as part of the process?
If you're talking specifically about our rate plan, I think that is a public document. Sheila, if you could correct me on that, but I believe that is indeed public.
Yeah, all of our filings as part of the rate case are publicly available on the PSC's website, and I'm happy to share the link with you if that's helpful following this hearing.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
All right. Commissioner Benjamin.
One quick question. When you said that you would have enough energy in the future with alternate sources, what sources is Con Ed pursuing themselves in order to increase the robustness of the grid in the future?
From the utility perspective, I think that speaks to our ability to continue to bring power. So again, the rate plan has specific details around our programs, but where we look at undergrounding programs, utility scale storage, upgrades to our transmission lines that will continue to deliver new power, as well as accelerate our ability to reduce our reliance on fossil fuel plants.
And what is the new generation plan?
Well,
how will you be producing and generating that new energy?
So let me, I guess, let me be clear. Con Edison is a transmission and distribution utility. We don't own generation. So I think, continued procurement efforts, and we could probably have, additional specialists come in and speak about that. But our role with respect to where we sit on the T&D side of things, shoring that up with the methods that I spoke about in the last answer, are really the focus of the investment plan that was just approved.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, I meant to ask a follow-up question on specifically the BQDM. Can you clarify, unless, the document that you're going to share is where I'll find the answer, but what is the status of the Brownsville substation that covers, this large part governed by the Brooklyn Queens Demand Management Program? Have the issues been addressed?
Yes, let me answer that in two ways. The Brooklyn Queens Demand Management Programs continues to give. In other words, it continues to be a positive solution to the issues in that area, as well as programs that have been approved in our new investment plan also additionally help to mitigate that. And I'm sure the additional details are in that plan, or if not, we can certainly provide those as these are now, finally approved, and we're on the way to execution.
Thank you. And just to confirm, in your response to Commissioner Benjamin, you've assessed or modeled how much more energy will be required if the this text amendment is implemented?
On an ongoing basis, we look at the required demand, and our role as the utility of record is to be able to support and provide the demand necessary for all our customers' needs.
I guess my specific question is whether you've taken into account the potential increase in electricity demand that this could generate.
That is part of the ongoing work that we do, correct.
And so that will be part of the assessment that we can see in the document that you refer to us, or can you share any information that you think could be relevant for us to understand the scope of that assessment?
Yeah, let me say that would be something totally separate that Sheila will have to coordinate, and we could do that. That would probably not be very detailed in this investment plan or rate plan that we could share publicly. But that is certainly something we could speak about on a separate track.
Fair enough. Thank you so much for considering that question. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. And just for the order of the hearing, I don't know if Sheila Feinberg is separately testifying or is just there for questions and answers. So I'm going to ask that of you, Mr. Elcock and Ms. Feinberg, whether Ms. Feinberg has separate testimony.
Ms. Feinberg has no separate testimony. I am the person testifying today, but she's there for questions and answers as our government affairs representative.
Wonderful. We're happy you're here. Thank you for your testimony today. We're now going to move on. And we're really honored to have with us today Rit Agarwal, who is the Chief Climate Officer for New York City and the Commissioner of DEP, and somebody who's been a great advocate for a more sustainable New York City for as long as I have known him, and we're really, really excited to have you here. Commissioner, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the Commission. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today about City of Yes for carbon neutrality. In 2019, the City Council passed the globally leading Climate Mobilization Act, often known as Local Law 97, which requires that most large buildings in the city meet energy efficiency and greenhouse gas limits in 2024, 2030, and several other points beyond. Given that you as a group are responsible for buildings, and buildings are responsible for 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, this is a key part of our city's strategy for reducing carbon emissions, addressing the climate crisis, and taking on the. Earlier this year, the Adams administration released its first climate plan, Plan YC, Getting Sustainability Done. In it, we outline an approach to implementing Local Law 97 that goes much beyond the specifics of the law, which is focused on targets and penalties, but really addresses the fact that this is a mobilization challenge, that we need to think about a broad approach to make it easier for buildings to reach those goals, to help find the financing and the technical assistance that they need, and of course, to ensure that they know what the penalties are if they do not, but also ensure that they have a timeline that is reasonable. We will be later this year coming out with a full approach, a full plan for how we will achieve this mobilization that will include a next set of rules detailing that. But zoning is part of that. And I ask you to consider the importance of this package of City for Yes for zoning for carbon neutrality as a core component of all mobilization plan to achieve the goals of Local Law 97. And of course beyond, since your zoning resolution applies to all buildings, but Local Law 97 covers about 40,000, the majority of our carbon emissions and the majority of our square feet. There are a handful of components of City of Yes for carbon neutrality that demonstrate how valuable this will be. We know that many New Yorkers are cost burdened due to energy, which means that they spend more than 6% of their income on energy. The provisions in City of Yes for carbon neutrality will help expand solar availability by eliminating some of what we feel are the outdated restrictions on rooftop solar that make many solar projects uneconomical, and even where they go forward, they underdeliver because there's space on that roof that could be used. We know that energy storage is a key component of what we have to do to achieve grid reliability and that transition to renewables, and the components in this package that will accelerate and will foster energy storage on site are a key component. We know that EV charging is one of the key constraints to that overall shift to a carbon neutral economy, and this package will support that. And we also, of course, have to deal with the impacts of climate change. And I'm particularly pleased wearing my DEP hat with the many stormwater management aspects of this package. I again ask you to consider this. It is an important proposal. I am very, on behalf of New York City, on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, I could not be more supportive of this, and I encourage you to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We really appreciate that and recognize that this is one piece of many pieces that are being advanced by the city, an important one, but not all that is happening. And so we want to just thank you for all of your efforts to advance a cleaner and greener New York City. And you know, maybe just one of the critiques that we heard out in the world when going to community boards was we want this proposal to go further, which of course there's a limitation of what zoning can do. I don't know if, you know, how you would respond to that in the broader context of the things that are happening here, but I wanted to give you a chance to say something about.
Well, I'll say I think this proposal does a good job of balancing some things. There are some trade-offs that, of course, are inherent in all aspects of zoning, and so yes, there might be some things that, for one objective, you want it to go farther, but for other objectives, you have to limit it. I think that's true across the board. You know, if all you cared about was carbon emissions, you might say, well, make the fine infinite and hammer any building that doesn't meet its targets. But of course, we have housing, we have affordability, we have other things that we need to take into account. We might want to just pay for everything, right? Say, oh, well, the city should pay for everything. But of course, we also can't raise our taxes to do that because we have to balance economic realities. So what we are putting into place is that set of approaches. We think about it. I've often said that I find it unfortunate that Local Law 97 kind of is known by its number rather than by its name. Its name was the Climate Mobilization Act, and we have to think about this as mobilization. And if you are mobilizing an army, or if you are a coach mobilizing a team, you don't just think about one tool. You think about training, you think about rewards, you think about penalties, you think about technical expertise, you think about all sorts of things, and that's really what we are working towards.
Commissioner Benjamin?
When you were looking at the applicability of this proposal, when you were looking at the applicability of the proposal and the 40,000 buildings that might be affected, did you look at them in terms of the typology of the buildings and how many of the buildings could actually have solar panels without doing significant structural work to increase the live loads on their roofs? Or did you look at the building typologies to look at how many of the 40,000 buildings in each were in each typology and what would be likely to be their ability to utilize these text changes? Not you personally.
Yeah, we have not done, well, a couple of things I'll say. First of all, I was not in government in 2019 when the law was enacted. So in terms of what went into thinking about the law, I can't speak from personal experience. There was a lot of work that the city had done around understanding what different building typologies what costs they would incur to meet certain targets. I don't think I won't assert that we are scientifically matching the compliance path for a given set of buildings with specific initiatives. The reality is, as you well know, every building in New York is unique, right? And so what we are in fact hoping is that buildings are developing their compliance paths on a building by building level. We know that is going on for many of them. We don't know how pervasive it is. That is going to be part of what we do in terms of the rulemaking going forward. But I think what we do know is that both from the technical community of the people who do the retrofits, the consultants, the engineering firms that do that, and the building owners, we have heard concerns about many of the issues that this package addresses, right? We have heard over and over again about how attractive solar is, and yet the limitations on the coverage and the fire access on the roof has tanked many proposals. I know that from conversations with the solar industry. We know that some of the challenges around insulation are real. That has come up over and over again. So if you're asking, can we identify it's this many buildings that will make use of this provision of this proposal, I can't tell you that. But do I feel that we have done our homework and we are matching a set of proposals that will have a direct impact and will be made use of? I'm pretty confident that we have.
I guess I'm trying to understand whether this particular package will affect and be able to be utilized by a significant portion of the 40,000 buildings we're talking about, and whether the provisions match the public concern in some areas. For instance, the batteries cells. As you know, the Staten Island Board President has had issues with that. I believe the Brooklyn Board President may be saying something about it. Does that, the inclusion of that in this text relate to, do we anticipate that a large number of the 40,000 buildings would be using that particular kind of provision? Or is this something that we think would be used by a modest amount of buildings?
Specifically about the battery storage?
Yeah, we can.
So I would be dishonest where I have to say I can actually predict.
Okay,
but,
that's fair.
But I would point out, particularly on that one, expanding battery storage is really important for this city, right? I mean, we're going to see it over the next 48 hours, knock on wood, Con Ed pulls us through, but with the heat that we face, and you look at what's going on in Europe and out west, like the demand on the grid, we have got to do everything we can to have that kind of reliability, and we know distributed storage is one of the biggest insurance policies against blackouts and brownouts we can have. There's a whole host of issues, and the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice is very much engaged in Staten Island and elsewhere with that particular issue. There are safety concerns. Some of them are founded, some of them are just fear. So I think there's a lot of education that's got to go on. The other thing that we know, and we've seen this time and time again, is that these are technologies where there are interesting business models that can emerge, and those tend not to emerge if it is perceived that the regulatory environment is hostile. And so I would expect, actually, that one of the things that this provision will do is it will enable and call into being a set of businesses that will find ways to make it more economical and more attractive.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I have some concerns that Commissioner Cerullo had expressed before, that in how we examine this zoning proposal, are we making our residential neighborhoods less attractive to the people who live there? Are we making it such that people do not want to invest in our residential neighborhoods because they're not getting the ambiance that they expected from a residential neighborhood? And I say that because I live next door to someone who put solar panels on their roof that block sunlight into my house. So I understand people's concerns that these measures may be impediments that need to be removed, but in doing that, how are we affecting the residential nature of our residential districts? That's just my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio, followed by Commissioner Cerullo and Gold.
Thank you,
Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your testimony. I just wanted to start to say thank you so much for all the work and leadership that you've done over the last decades. I've been teaching urban planning for a long time in New York City, and I've heard firsthand from people that they decide to study urban planning because inspired by the work that you've done, and in some cases, people come to New York to study urban planning here because of that. So I'm really thankful for that, but I'm also just wanted to start by commending this important conversation. This is historic, and as you said, it goes along with all these major pieces of legislation that are positioning New York ahead in this conversation. Although some of them, people would argue are a little bit long due. Having said that, I wanted to follow up on some of the points raised by Commissioner Benjamin and ask, help us understand, how do we deal with some of the differential impacts that this can have in different parts of the city. Commissioner Benjamin hinted to some concerns about access to capital in places where people are afraid that this is going to create a burden. And hence some of the comments that the department shared with us in terms of community boards that have voted no on this. I'm wondering specifically if you can help us understand why aren't we, in the spirit of connecting this zoning text amendment with other big pieces of legislation, with some of the tools that the state climate laws have created in designating disadvantaged communities, places where we already know require additional support, access to capital, etc., not only because they face challenges to be able to afford these infrastructure improvements, but because in words of the climate justice movement, where they are claiming reparations. So help us understand a little bit, how do we assess whether or not specifically the zoning text amendment is doing enough or could be adjusted, could go farther in terms of responding to the needs of specific neighborhoods where there's a lot of concern in terms of how to actually get there. And I finish by saying that I also very much appreciate your point, and so much, I think, highlight the goal that the Department of City Planning has put forth in terms of activating the private sector, because we will not get there without them. However, if all we're doing is removing impediments, assuming that there's a market for it, the decarbonization will only happen in places where developers have that capacity. And I want to know, how can we be activating and creating new markets in places where there isn't one?
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And look, of course, we in this administration were keenly concerned about the imperative of environmental justice. It's one of the reasons that Mayor Adams renamed what had been the Office of Sustainability as the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. And you probably know that we are currently working on, and probably only a couple of months away from, an environmental justice report that is actually outlined and intended by council legislation to define, we're going to be using the DACs that the state established, just so we have a consistent approach to analytics, but identifying different areas where city operations and other aspects of under a city control are having differential impacts. And that will lead next year to an action plan that is required. And so this is something that we're working on. In fact, it's the same people who are working on the climate strategy and the environmental justice strategy. So we very much think about these as an integrated package. I will confess I will not be able to speak to the question of whether DACs should somehow be called out in a zoning text amendment. That's beyond my ken, and I will defer to the professional staff at City Planning. But what I could say is two observations I'll make. Number one, we have to remember that many of the disproportionate impacts on EJ communities are actually driven by consumption and activities that take place citywide, right? So every solar panel that is installed on the Upper East Side makes it less likely that a peaker plant in Sunset Park or Hunts Point gets turned on, right? That's a really important point, right? Just as if we have water conservation on the Upper East Side, it makes it less likely, or it means that there's less flow of sewage through a treatment plant, 12 out of 14 treatment plants being in or adjacent to EJ neighborhoods, right? And so I think there is a direct EJ benefit when we are taking citywide efforts that make the city cleaner and more efficient. The other thing is, I do think there are going to be significant opportunities available for the kind of funding and financing that lower income disadvantaged communities disproportionately need. You're totally right that on a market financing basis, a skyscraper in Midtown is going to get whatever makes economic sense. There are far more barriers to the affordable housing, small, 12-family building in a place like Sunset Park that a building like that will face. However, a couple of things, of course, are going on. Number one, you have both at the state and the federal level, the funding that is flowing into this. So the bipartisan infrastructure law funding, the Inflation Reduction Act funding, at the state level, the Environmental Bond Act, and what the governor promises in terms of a cap and invest system, all will have to conform to the provisions in the bipartisan infrastructure law and in the CLCPA at the state level that require that target of at least 30, if not 40% of the funds to go to DACs. So all of those programs are going to be defined in that way. Similarly, just last week, the state's Public Service Commission issued its order that kicks off the design for the next set of utility programs funded either by or through Con Ed or through NYSERDA or National Grid. And its order directs those groups, they have to submit their proposals in 90 days, and those proposals are going to have a direct focus on how you provide funding to buildings in those disadvantaged communities. So I don't know whether the zoning resolution should do that, and I'll leave that to others to decide on, but there is a lot of effort being put into that from a financing and funding perspective.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I think it's important and fair to recognize that there are different things happening at the same time. In fact, this is the first of three zoning text amendments that we need to navigate, but the reality is that we've been asked to analyze this one specifically, and we have to respond to the questions that we see there. And I'm wondering if you can share a little bit more why, for example, we're not seeing yet how city investments in offshore wind, for example, are reflected in a zoning text amendment that should be planning to protect or attract specific industry sectors associated with such priorities, which overall, connect to this larger plan. But in terms of actual tools, I'm not sure I know where I can find what is the land use policy that is connecting these dots. And so I'm wondering if you can share with us a little bit, help us understand how can we interpret the proposal that is put forth for the Commission's review in terms of this larger puzzle.
Again, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I can speak to kind of the offshore wind and the zoning text. I'll be honest, I have not had anybody from the offshore wind industry tell me that they are hindered by zoning. There are lots of issues with interconnections and all sorts of things that we are working with a number of renewable developers on, but this has not come up. And again, it's kind of my overall perspective on this that, I hear a lot of complaints in my job, right? I hear a lot of people telling me why they can't do the things we want them to do. And I do feel like the provisions in this package address many of those, right? Certainly many of the non-financial ones. So I'm happy to follow up about offshore wind specifically, but that one's new to me.
To clarify, thank you. But to clarify, my question is, I'm using offshore wind as an example of a potential industry sector that is screaming for space. And as a land use discussion or in a land use conversation, I'm wondering what are the provisions or how are we planning to accommodate that in terms of, in this particular case, industry sectors that we should be planning to attract or incentivize, which we could do through zoning, to provide the goods and services that these infrastructure requirements will need as an economic development opportunity. And I want to be fair in recognizing that perhaps some of that is going to be addressed in the economic opportunity text amendment, but I just, this is such an opportunity it's a great opportunity to ask this question, and I want to know if you have any thoughts in terms of at least, where do you see this conversation going?
Well, I think, I do think for offshore wind specifically, I think we're going to see a lot of evolution in that industry and what it needs. My understanding is that at least in the near term in Brooklyn and in Staten Island, there are huge opportunities that are already there that don't require rezoning, and that's some of the most exciting opportunities. One of the biggest challenges facing offshore wind is how you get the wires in and where it connects to the grid. Those interconnects are about the most valuable nodes in the system. And what we've seen is a really exciting set of proposals emerge that, pretty much kill two birds with one stone, where investors have realized that the best places to interconnect are the places where you currently have power plants in densely populated neighborhoods, right? And so what I'm quite confident we're going to wind up seeing is, over time, most of the power plants in New York City are going to convert to be interconnection sites for wind and solar with battery storage on top. And that's a fantastic use that requires no change, to my understanding. I'm not a zoning expert, but my understanding is that that's all encompassed within current zoning. And I think that, that, to my mind, that's the right approach. And I think, as time goes on, as the offshore wind industry evolves and becomes a little more mature, maybe there are changes it will need, but I don't see a constraint. It's not something that's been brought to my attention.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, my concern is more that we keep rezoning away from manufacturing to accommodate commercial uses, and in some cases, mixed-use districts in places where we may be losing that opportunity. That was the direction of my question.
I hear you, but if I could actually connect your question with Commissioner Benjamin's, one of the things that we need about our new economy, right, is actually remembering that it is distributed and it is mixed use. It is no longer really focused on big sites of production that have negative externalities. It is the solar on the roof, it is the battery in the garage that we need to be thinking about, that is both more resilient and it is more state-of-the-art.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cerullo. Commissioner Gold after.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, nice
to see you.
I guess there's not to repeat any conversation that's taken place already, but there's obviously a linkage between the concerns, as you know. Just focusing on the battery storage issue, because that obviously on Staten Island is become a huge issue for all the community boards and the borough president. And I just wonder, do you have any sense of forecasting how many of these units will be needed in the city, or we could expect to see over time, to get a sense of what the impact might actually be? I'm sure you know, that these facilities are already appearing on Staten Island, which is part of the, sort of the driving concern. Now they are appearing in I don't want to say completely as of right nature, but in commercial overlay areas that are adjacent to residential, in manufacturing areas where they're permissible. But this proposal, and I compliment the whole package of proposals, by the way, this is a very limited issue of concern, to be honest. This issue would create an as of right framework in residential neighborhoods, which, again, not to go through all the issues that Commissioner Benjamin raised about a completely different use that changes the expectations of what would go on in a residential neighborhood, and any other sort of industrial use or manufacturing use we would put in the middle of a residential neighborhood would go through a completely different kind of review, which this would give the opportunity for anyone not to have to experience. So I just wonder if, and earlier you started by saying some of the concerns are, you didn't say warranted, I'm using the word warranted, and then others are based on fear, which I completely agree with. What is it that we should be expecting and that residential communities under this proposal, is it 1 more, 2 more, 10 more? Is it that we expect for New York City to be where we want, there should be 100 more? And because the point of view is not we don't want them, it's that we want them in the areas that make the most sense to have them, that do not impact other uses and experiences. So it's just all about balance, as we know, and what is rational, and zoning should be rational. So I just wonder, from your point of view, what are we really looking at in this area so that, in terms of the education issue, which I also believe is critically important, what are we looking at when we look ahead at this? And if this proposal was adopted as is, what's the reality for residential communities in terms of what our needs are and where the easiest places will be to put them?
Commissioner, I appreciate the question. I apologize. I can't give you a number. I can't even give you a ballpark.
Got it.
Some of it will depend on how the grid evolves. We are constantly learning more about the fluctuations of solar production and wind production. Some of it will depend on the pace at which buildings electrify, and that the grid shifts from a summer peak, which we have now, to a winter peak, which is still probably 10 or 15 years away, but that's within the planning horizon of some of the kinds of facilities that you're talking about. I guess the thing that I would emphasize, though, is that in a distributed grid with distributed storage is far more robust and resilient than the kind where you rely in a neighborhood on Staten Island for power coming from somewhere in Brooklyn or Queens, right? And what we have seen thus far is a mix of proposals around power storage that tend to elevate how easy is it for me to site it versus where should it be to produce the best economic benefit, and even more important, the best benefit in terms of grid reliability. And I think that one of the benefits of removing some of the restrictions that now exist and doing what this proposal does is it will actually help the storage be sited in those demand pockets where it's needed, which means that those facilities will have the greatest impact in preventing blackouts and brownouts and reducing the dispatch rates of our most polluting power plants. Right? So I see this as actually helping ensure that it is the needs of the system that have a better shot and are not as shaped by the needs of zoning or land use. Now, I'm not a city planning commissioner. I spend more of my time thinking about the energy supply and all of that, so that's where I see it. But I guess the final thing I'll point out, at least the way I've always thought of it, we zone in part for aesthetics, but really in part for externalities. And a battery storage system is not leading to a lot of truck rolls. It's not belching smoke. It's not creating the kind of noxious neighborhood impacts that we traditionally associate with industrial or manufacturing use, right? And so I would argue that it is in a different category. That's the way I see it, but that's just my perspective.
And I completely appreciate that. I guess Commissioner Benjamin just wish, cell phone tower issues, the same challenge in residential neighborhoods, particularly in South Richmond. But I would say I do appreciate that what's coming out of the building. I think this is all about what happens in the building, and legitimately or through fear, the idea of fire. We're hearing so many stories, and we really don't understand all of this well enough yet to be able to have confidence that it's all going to be okay. So of course, yes, fear comes from that. But I would say this about the use, and then I'll pass the mic back to the sort of the noxious nature versus non-noxious nature in zoning and communities. You couldn't open a shoe store in the residential neighborhood. And so, and zoning prohibits that, absent, a whole host of attempts through other mechanisms to try to do that. But the reality is there's an understanding that wouldn't have a huge impact on anyone either, right? There's no smoke, there's no trucks, so I think that's and I do appreciate that explanation. It's a good one. But the reason we have zoning districts is for a reason. And I think the concern of the community, which I can't disagree with at all on this, is that in the long term, we're not only changing the nature of the community, whether or not it spills out into the neighborhood, but at the same time, and this goes to Commissioner Osorio's, one of his comments and questions with you, was that, and again, it's not about putting these in neighborhoods, it's about putting them in the proper location, we'll call it, but that we do have areas where they are permissible, and they're even permissible through some mechanism. This is about an as-of-right roadmap versus including the community in these decisions and understanding the impact. So I think it's sort of like we went from you could do them here and you go through this process to now you can just do them completely. So just to make sure that the message from the island is not we don't want them. Maybe some people's message is we don't want them. But generally speaking, we just want it to be in the places where it makes the most sense. And we are now competing against we're using the residential communities to compete against the manufacturing communities when we have so much trouble getting manufacturing. This is an actual manufacturing use that could be used as of right already. And yet we're giving them the opportunity to say, let's take this. Let's move this potentially into a residential area. So I'm done, but I appreciate the conversation and the information. And Chair, I turn it back to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to go to Commissioner Gold, and then we're going to let you get on with your day. Thank you very much. And also, we've got the Borough President of the Bronx coming to us before 11:15. So thank you, Commissioner Gold.
Thanks, Commissioner. And it's clear that a lot of work has gone into the proposal. And, candidly, I've also followed a lot of the work that you've done, so I have a lot of respect for that. But I think I have one question in there that I think maybe piggybacks a little bit on Commissioner Cerullo's and maybe can help frame the conversation. I think the big standout is safety of energy, right? I mean, that's the big, if you look at the whole proposal, that's where a lot of the, quote unquote objection or concern comes from. And I guess the question I have for you is, as you think about that, there's a balance between need and safety. And so, I guess in my mind, the question is, what's the right balance? And, are we confident that we can put the right guardrails on as if this advances to be sure that we're keeping everyone safe while providing that need? So maybe it's a little bit of the education that you mentioned.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you're still talking primarily about the battery storage component. Yeah, look, and that's what in fairness, what I was alluding to with my comment to Commissioner Cerullo about the difference between fear and what's warranted. There has been so much, and it's one of the downsides of the community involvement process, right? That what we have found is that some people who are trying to install some of these battery storage systems are facing, at the very least, well-intentioned, completely misguided concerns. And I would argue in some cases intentionally misinformation-driven concerns. It is like, look, right now we have an issue with the batteries that power e-bikes. There is no question. We have a lot of people within city government are trying to figure out the rational way to drive the safety improvements we need without eliminating a form of transportation that increasingly the city has come to rely on, and which has great environmental benefits. Unfortunately, one of the things that happened is that people have elided those batteries that catch fire when they are unlicensed batteries used improperly, charged improperly, maintained improperly, right? And are a consumer product with with something that is a highly regulated, highly safety controlled, highly licensed by the fire department industrial situation, right? And so I think, I genuinely don't think that the large scale battery storage presents any of the risks that people have proposed. We have talked about the need to start putting them next to city office buildings and things like that. I'd be happy with one in my neighborhood, because those are going to get the attention. Those are large industrial investments. People are going to make sure that they are well governed.
So is that just by point of follow, is that to say that the guardrails that are in place today with the fire department and otherwise, essentially provide enough to be able to cover us, or do you think there's more to be done?
For the large scale batteries, I think the fire department has done its job. I mean, there's a pretty good track record of those, both locally and internationally, and the FDNY knows what it's doing on that score, and I think we should trust them.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will note that the fire department has endorsed this proposal as well for the reasons that you stated. Commissioner, thank you very much for your time and attention and your leadership on all of these issues. We really appreciate it, and we're really glad you're here and in the role that you are in. So thank you.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
And with that, I want to call next on the Borough President of the Great Borough of the Bronx, who is on with us on Zoom. Madam President, we're going to promote you here and look forward to hearing from you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair Dan Garodnick. It's always great to present before you and all of the commissioners of the City Planning Commission, as well as the entire carbon neutrality team at City Planning. I thank you all for the opportunity this morning. And certainly I recognize all of your efforts underway to remove impediments in the zoning text that really limits our city's ability to use renewable energy much more broadly. I am proud to serve as the 14th Borough President of the Great Borough of the Bronx, and I'm proud to submit today's recommendations on behalf of our great borough. The zoning for carbon neutrality proposal will really help to promote renewable energy infrastructure and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by allowing building retrofitting, creating options for additional solar panels and EV charging stations, allowing for wind energy and promoting additional energy storage systems, just to name a few. In our strategic policy statement that I was proud to release last fall, I identified rooftops as one of the most underutilized spaces in our city. Very pleased to see the expansion of rooftop uses that will really benefit clean energy production in our city. I have made recommendations in recent ULURPs that cannot be achieved until these new regulations really go into effect, such as recommending that several parking spaces were EV spaces in the recent 521 East Tremont Avenue rezoning application in the Bronx, and I am pleased that this proposal will allow them the as of right. The city has also passed a number of local laws in recent years, including many local laws that I proudly supported during my time in the New York City Council, along with our chair. And through these proposed zoning modifications, it will remove existing restrictions that are hindering the ability of New Yorkers to meet many of these local laws. It will help enable our city to achieve clean energy goals and will help ensure the long-term health of all of our residents and families, as well as our neighborhoods. In my recommendation, I have 4 conditions that I wanted to touch upon this morning. The biggest concern that I have is ensuring fire safety and that fire prevention and fire education measures are taken seriously and prioritized. I am aware that DCP is working with the Department of Buildings and the FDNY to ensure safeguards are tied to many of these proposals and approvals. But we have to get this right, truly, truly right, to ensure that residents are protected. As we know, lithium-ion batteries have been known to cause many residential and commercial fires in our city and certainly in the Bronx. And this goes not just for vehicle charging stations, but any type of charging stations, including for e-bikes, e-scooters, and any other electronic device. For the onshore wind special permit, I'm asking that a condition of approval be an analysis of bird migratory patterns to ensure that there are no unintended consequences for a large wind turbine, as New York City is an important bird migration route. So I've learned recently. This may include the CPC putting specific conditions on the use to avoid specific times based on these migrations. After submitting my recommendation, I talked to some practitioners in the industry who had concerns with the 10,000 square foot threshold for energy storage systems. While I recognize that this threshold makes sense for most normal sized lots, for larger lots, this size threshold can present some problems. I propose the 10,000 square foot threshold or up to 50% of the lot's coverage, whichever is greater, to ensure the greatest amount of coverage based on a lot threshold. This would result in several projects that I'm aware of no longer being required to go to the BSA that are planned on larger lots. Finally, the recommendation to add language for permeable paving in the special natural area district. Today, there is no incentive for permeable paving, so owners just put an impermeable surfaces such as pavers, such as concrete or asphalt. But by giving owners a 50% permeability incentive, if certain permeability requirements are met, I believe it would add another option for meeting these regulations. Overall, I want to commend this proposal, and I'm looking forward to seeing many of the owners and developers in our city using these new regulations. We are a borough of opportunities, and we pride ourselves in looking at creative and innovative approaches that will invest in green energy, renewable energy, green jobs, because we know that that is the future, dealing with climate change and environmental justice issues. Certainly, the Bronx is no exception compared to my colleagues in other boroughs, but as the Bronx Borough President, I think this is a good step forward, and I applaud the administration under the leadership of our Mayor, Eric Adams, for really taking this important approach. Thank you, Chair Garodnick and the members of City Planning Commission for your thoughtfulness and for really making sure that we have an opportunity to speak before you to outline many of our concerns and suggestions so that this plan gets even better and better. I thank you so much for your time this morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all of our commissioners. And I really look forward to working with all of you to building this out to something that I believe will move our city forward in the right direction for the next generation to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President. We love seeing you here and really appreciate your leadership and your support and thoughtful suggestions. So thank you. We know you're a little short on time, but we do. Okay, we do have one question for you from Commissioner Osorio, and but thank you so much for being here, Commissioner.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, President, for your comments and for your comprehensive analysis of all of the items that we review here. They're always very useful. I have a very quick question, which is I'm wondering if you can please expand on some of the concerns that you highlight in your comments about street trees, particularly how the zoning text amendment could actually impact existing requirements for planting trees, but also maintenance and in the long term. I'm wondering if you can expand a little bit on what are the concerns that you have in that regard.
So I think generally from my time in the city council, I've always prided myself in supporting our city agencies, particularly the Parks Department, when it comes to tree maintenance and making sure that as a borough, we really deal with adding more trees in our communities, many of our neighborhoods that are starving for additional trees, but also the maintenance that comes along with it that we know is important. I joined with my fellow borough presidents in supporting the additional Million Trees initiative in this budget cycle, because there are many parts of our borough that do not have sufficient level of trees. And when you look at it from a health and wellness perspective, It also can have a real impact on reducing asthma rates, certainly heart disease and many of the other health ailments that many residents face today in our borough. So I look at many of these components as all interconnected in terms of from a holistic approach. Health and wellness and adding additional trees, I think is something that we should be very mindful of in this proposal. There are many neighborhoods that do not have a significant level of trees, but I also think that it has to be a collaboration. We have to work with many of our stakeholders on the ground, including our small businesses and merchants and homeowners and civic associations and many residents that care about this as a priority around health and wellness, and make sure that they're a part of the conversation as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We appreciate it, and it looks like you may even be frozen. We've just lost our connection to you, so the timing is right. We thank you very, very much for being here with us and for your leadership. Okay, let us move to the next person who has signed up to testify today, and that is Aliyah Sumro of the League of Conservation Voters. So welcome. And again, Madam President, if you are within the sound of my voice, we thank you for being here. We lost you just at the very, very end of your final statement, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Aliyah Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. NYLCV is a statewide environmental advocacy organization. Thank you, Chair Gorodnick and members of the City Planning Commission for the opportunity to testify in full support of DCP's City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality. I have submitted longer written comments. New York has one of the most ambitious climate laws in the country. This includes goals set out in New York State's Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act and the city's Local Law 97. Nevertheless, the city's zoning regulations can be a barrier to making the necessary green investments that are crucial to fight climate change and reduce toxic air pollution. NYLCV believes that this proposal will help us meet our city and state's emissions reduction goals, move away from fossil fuels, and ultimately improve the city's air quality, a longstanding environmental justice issue. We believe this proposal is essential to helping us move towards a renewable energy grid, one that can alleviate the disproportionate impacts that have burdened low-income and communities of color for decades. We commend DCP's leadership and staff on its robust engagement not only with city agencies such as DOB, FDNY, LPC, both utilities, advocacy groups, and industry stakeholders such as architects, engineers, solar, and EV experts. With that said, we'd like to address some concerns that have been raised about this proposal. First, NYLCV stresses the importance of distinguishing e-bike lithium-ion battery fires with battery storage systems, the latter of which this proposal addresses and are much safer under current regulatory standards. FDNY and DOB have strenuous standards and regulations for battery storage systems. Unlike e-bike lithium-ion batteries in use, which can be safe when properly regulated, the batteries used in energy storage systems can be made to specifications by UL Standards and Engagement, the product testing and safety company. Second, some opposition to this proposal cites aesthetic concerns with more rooftop solar. In terms of solar canopy visual impacts, landmark rules still apply to landmark buildings and historic districts. However, let's be clear, aesthetic objections to solar panels, green roofs, energy-efficient building facades, and other steps that will reduce carbon emissions and improve public health cannot stand in the way of action on climate change. Cities are not static. They have to adapt to the challenges of our time and improve past environmental injustices. Lastly, while we recognize that this zoning proposal does not address funding, we want to underscore that there are many funding opportunities at the federal and state levels that could help fully realize this proposal's potential. This includes, but is not limited to, the Inflation Reduction Act, which offers various tax credits and rebates for individuals, businesses, nonprofits, and local governments to decarbonize buildings. NYSERDA has programs like NY Sun that work directly with solar contractors and developers to offset the cost for New York residents to go solar. The New York State Bond Act has money for green building projects at state-owned and public schools.
Time.
I'm almost done, sorry.
Okay, you can finish your thought, please.
Thank you. And the Bond Act directs at least 35% of the benefits toward funding disadvantaged communities. And lastly, New York State Legislature passed the New York City Solar Tax Abatement extension this year, which incentivizes more resilient and solar development. As our planet experiences record-breaking heat this summer, we are once again reminded of the urgency of fighting climate change. Approving this proposal will not only accelerate the transition to a carbon-neutral future, but promote a healthier and more sustainable New York City. We urge CPC and the City Council to approve this proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate your time and energies in helping us think through and shape this proposal. It has been an incredibly productive partnership, so thank you, and to the League of Conservation Voters. Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and I would ask you the same question I asked the commissioner. Have you looked at at different building typologies and where the lifting of these restrictions would have the most usage and the most impact?
I have not.
Or your organization?
No, unfortunately, I'm the only one who does New York City policy, but I think it's a great question, and I agree that it is important that our communities reflect important changes. I mean, I have a background in architecture, so I understand the importance of having neighborhoods do have certain looks, but my response is that the urgency is so important, and thousands of people die, so it just outweighs that.
I wasn't talking about just the look of the neighborhood. I was also talking about, for instance, in brownstone neighborhoods that have a very low live load for their roof, is this zoning text really allowing solar panels or battery storage on it? Can they really do it given the structure and nature of the building without significant investment in changing the support system for their buildings? Did we look at the different typologies and look at the results? For instance, does this have more of an impact, and is it likely to be more used by a commercial building than by a brownstone?
Right. I have not looked at that. I think that there are probably better experts to talk about it, like engineers and solar experts. I'm happy to connect you after if that helps.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much for being here and for your support. Okay, let me move on to Danielle Manley of the Urban Green Council, to be followed by Karina Solis of New Leaf Energy. Manley, welcome. Good to see you.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Chair Gorodnick and Commissioners. My name is Danielle Manley. I'm the Manager of Policy at Urban Green Council. We're a nonprofit based here in New York City with a mission to decarbonize buildings for healthy and resilient communities. I'm excited to share our overwhelming support for the City of Yes for carbon neutrality. Urban Green has worked for over a decade to recommend improvements to the zoning regulations, including our Green Codes Task Force in 2008, Zone Green in 2012, and our Zone Greener report in 2018. This past spring, Urban Green was invited by DCP to convene building practitioners to provide guidance on the proposed City of Yes changes. We brought together more than 60 experts to offer valuable insights to shape the proposal, and our written comments in April 2023 letter of support detail that support and recommendations, but I'll highlight a few here this morning. First, as others have said, climate change is an existential threat to the future of New York City. We need City of Yes to remove outdated barriers in our zoning code so that we can meet both our city and our statewide climate and renewable energy goals. And these changes are even more critical for residents who are living in the city's environmental justice neighborhoods and face a disproportionate burden of the harms from climate extremes. Second is the zoning changes will expand our capacity to electrify buildings, one of the most significant steps that a building can take to lower carbon. Increasing heat pump size and capacity on roofs and in yards gives options that meet the variety of electrification needs in very large buildings, like those covered by Local Law 97, and in smaller buildings or those with rooftops that can't support the large equipment. Third is the proposal will dramatically increase the capacity and cost effectiveness for deploying solar energy across the city. It does so by expanding coverage on flat rooftops, sloped roofs, and in yards. It streamlines the process for installing canopies over parking lots and supports community solar. Fourth is City of Yes will catalyze energy storage across the city, which is, we've heard already, is necessary to managing grid demand alongside building electrification. The proposed changes will reduce the red tape and significantly multiply the capacity for energy storage across residential, commercial, and manufacturing districts. These energy storage systems are safe, and installations still must meet the rigorous approval of the Fire Department and the Department of Buildings. The City of Yes also modernizes the Zone Green bonus for efficient building designs that lower carbon. The current bonus worked at the time that it was created, but is complex and based on what's now outdated criteria. We support the modified and simplified bonus in light of more energy efficient codes and a need to prioritize new things like building electrification. And we're glad that DCP is continuing to work with experts to finalize the appropriate standards for that criteria. I'm almost done. CES will also incentivize a variety of building envelope retrofits to meet the latest energy code. These changes exempt any qualifying exterior wall thickness from being counted as floor area, apply to overcladding projects that are both adding exterior and interior installation, and recladding projects if the new envelope meets the latest energy code. These revisions prevent designers from having to make the difficult choice between sacrificing an envelope efficiency and usable space. And my last point is that we are very supportive of the many other actions that City of Yes will facilitate, including electric vehicle charging, micromobility, waste reduction, permeable pavement, and many others. We congratulate the DCP, CPC, and many other agencies and practitioners across the city for their dedicated hard work to deliver this. And we encourage you to vote yes to approve these amendments so we can keep up our momentum for meeting the climate moment.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I also want to thank you and the Urban Green Council for all of your efforts in helping us to think through the component parts of the proposal, to take feedback from practitioners, and to make sure that this is as thoughtful and complete as possible. We really appreciate that, and appreciate all of your time and energies and your comments here today. We have questions from Commissioner Osorio, perhaps others. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation, your testimony, and specifically the written comments, very useful. I had a quick question. One of the questions that we've been discussing is whether requiring or advancing electrification without requiring a connection to clean energy sources is enough. And so I'm wondering if you've seen examples of other cities, other places, preferably in the U.S., where these two things have been accomplished together. A lot of the emphasis from this zoning text amendment is on electrification, and there's a separate effort on increasing solar, but I'm not clear on how much, these things will actually happen together. I'm wondering if you can share your thoughts on that.
So the question is, why doesn't it require those things to be hand in hand? I think there's a few different things that are happening at the same time. One is that statewide, as we're electrifying our buildings and our transportation, statewide goals are really advancing renewable energy goals for the state. We're on track to meet 70 by 2030, and there's a 100% zero emissions target for 2040. Those things are being pursued and expanded statewide. But in New York City, that type of energy is really difficult to scale at utility scale for solar, for storage, just because of limited space that we have. So being able to allow our buildings to hold some of that capacity for solar, to store energy and ease impacts on the grid is important. I don't know that it's necessary to require that a building install storage or solar alongside that, but I think that it's definitely very helpful and can support one another in the effort to decarbonize buildings. So I don't have to answer. I don't know of an example where that's required alongside. I'm happy to look into it and see if there are places like that, but I just don't know of examples.
Thank you for your answer. I appreciate that. And another quick question is, on Monday, the mayor's office pointed out some of your work on part of the modeling or on some of the research that has been done in terms of identifying whether there's a gap and how that could be covered. Essentially, if we intensify the need for electricity, how much clean energy we would need and how much we can do. Where can we find that, or is that something that you can share with us as a follow-up?
I think I haven't seen what you're referring to, but I think what he might be referring to is our Grid Ready report, which we released at the end of 2021, which researched the capacity of New York City's electricity grid to be able to handle electrification. And the important thing to note about heat pumps is that they provide both heating and cooling efficiently. And while New York City's grid is built to serve a summer peaking grid, heat pumps primarily add winter demand to do that heating and hot water. And right now, there's currently about a 42% difference between our summer peaks and our winter peaks, which means that there's 40% room to grow in electrification of our buildings before we start seeing major grid constraints. I can't give you a time frame for when we think that will happen, but possibly in the next 10 to 15 years, which gives us 10 to 15 years. I'm not saying we shouldn't start working on it, but that gives us about 10 to 15 years to start electrifying and getting our grid ready from a supply side, from the utilities, and in our buildings to provide distributed solar and storage to help manage those impacts on the grid. That's our Grid Ready report. It's available on our website, but I'm happy to send it to you.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for all of your support.
Thank you.
Next up is Karina Solis of New Leaf Energy by phone, followed by David West on Zoom.
Karina has not dialed in yet.
Okay, so we're going to move to David West, followed by Chris Otness.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Garodnick and commissioners. I'm an architect practicing in New York City. My firm, Hill West Architects, has designed thousands of units of housing in the 5 boroughs during the last couple of decades. I was an advocate for the original version of Zone Green in 2012, and I'm an advocate for the proposed measures in the City of Yes for carbon neutrality. The majority of measures are necessary, helpful, well considered, and reflect and prioritize best practices in building design today. However, there are a few matters that I feel I need to bring to your attention. Since its adoption in 2012, the original prescriptive Zone Green wall deduction has resulted in a large crop of much more energy efficient buildings than would otherwise have been the case. Indeed, a majority of our clients and projects have chosen to opt in and build buildings that are at least 10% better than code in order to take advantage of the incentives. It's not a gimmick. These buildings truly are more energy efficient than would otherwise have been the case. Furthermore, practitioners, including myself and the engineers I work with, have mastered the techniques, and we encourage our clients to utilize this zoning regime. It's been very successful. I'm not opposed to the new ultra-low prescriptive energy path, which is proposed to replace Zone Green wall thickness deductions. However, I do understand the rationale, and I believe it will encourage a much more efficient generation of buildings. However, there's a problem. We have approximately 10 large projects which have been mostly or fully designed by now using the current prescriptive path. These projects are either in construction or poised to commence construction. Many of these projects are vested for 421A and include 25 to 30% affordable housing. These projects need a phase-in period or an extended vesting period. Completion of foundations by the date of enactment is not feasible. If these projects were suddenly no longer in compliance with the zoning because they're not designed to the ultra-low energy standard, it will wreak havoc on these projects, leading to delays, problems with financing, redesign, et cetera. They'll be thrown into turmoil. I suggest something along the lines of building code vesting, which requires filing of complete plans within a certain date after enactment of the new measures. I would suggest 6 months or even a year for filing would give projects that are in design a path to avoid severe disruption to the housing.
Thank you. Your mic went off after the 3 minutes, so let me just see if there are questions for you. I will just note that we appreciate your detailed feedback, and we'll certainly take a close look at those specific recommendations that you made. Let me go to Vice Chairman Knuckles.
No, I would just say, I would encourage the speaker to, if he is so inclined, to submit written written statement with those suggestions. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, I'll certainly do that. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Great. Thank you, Mr. West. We appreciate your time. And wait, we have one more question for you from Commissioner Benjamin.
Yeah, if you could supply us with a list of the 10 projects about which you're speaking and what stage they're at, I would appreciate it.
I will see if the clients would allow that.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to Chris Otnes, to be followed by Vincent McDermott.
Hi, can you guys see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and now we can see you. Yes.
Perfect. Good to meet everybody. So thanks to the commission for letting me testify. My name is Chris Otnes, and I'm a senior director of development for Flatiron Energy. We're a national developer of utility scale battery energy storage systems. I'm testifying today in support of the proposed CDVS carbon neutrality initiative, but also to encourage further changes as it relates to the battery energy storage proposed amendments. As I'm sure many of you know, battery systems provide a lot of benefits to New York City. They strengthen grid reliability and stability, integrate renewable energy resources, and can replace many of the gas peaker plants that disproportionately impact the health of nearby communities. However, as it currently stands, New York City has limited space available to deploy the roughly 4,500 megawatts of energy storage currently estimated to be needed by 2035. The standard energy storage installation approach to date has been for developers to use prefabricated enclosed battery systems, essentially shipping containers, and installing them in empty lots. However, these systems require a good deal of space, so sites are at a premium. The average size project to date in terms of megawatts is 5 megawatts, and that uses up ballpark about 10,000 square feet of space. If you wanted to build larger projects, you would need acres of empty land, which is nearly impossible to find in New York City. And so at the current average size project, the city is going to need hundreds of unique sites to achieve the city's current energy storage goals. A solution to this problem in tandem with these smaller projects is to utilize building-based energy storage systems. So these systems are tied directly into nearby substations and can achieve significantly more output per square foot due to utilizing multiple building floors for the battery cells and modules, rather than the containerized approach, which are typically a single story. However, as currently written, the zoning code restricts the ability for developers like us to deploy these systems due to limitations of FAR and other bulk regulations such as maximum height. Consequently, these proposed systems are a permitted use under the zoning code, but are not necessarily zoning compliant. So to address this problem, we're recommending as a modification that the building-based battery systems be excluded from zoning floor area calculations in manufacturing zones, or at minimum FAR increases should be included in the proposed BSA special permit process. We realize these additional changes are bold, and we would welcome the opportunity to work with the city on what makes the most sense, but we believe they're necessary for the city to achieve its energy storage goals. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate your being here, Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes, I was wondering if you could supply us with some written information on your testimony, both about how you derive the 4,500 megawatts that you feel will be needed, that analysis, and also for the modification that you would propose to exclude building-based battery systems, however you define, first, how you would define that, and then what the modification would look like. I would appreciate it because I'm interested.
Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to. The governor issued an energy storage goal, I think, at the end of last year in tandem with NYSERDA. So that's where we're getting that 4,500 megawatts, but we can provide a link to that report.
Okay. And also, you said the average storage battery right now is how many megawatts?
Yeah, so there's a distributed generation program through NYSERDA which incentivizes those types of energy storage projects. It's capped at 5 megawatts currently. I think there's some discussions to expand that. But because of that cap, typically developers will build up to that cap to maximize the amount of incentives they can get.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Otnes. We appreciate your time. Let me move on to Vincent McDermott, Director of Land Use for the Staten Island Borough President, followed by Kevin Garcia.
Good morning, Chairman Gorodnick. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Vincent. Hi. My name is Vincent McDermott, architect. I'm the Director of Land Use for Staten Island Borough President Vito Fasella. I'm going to testify regarding the City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality text amendment. The Borough President and the council members of Staten Island understand the need for moving the city towards carbon neutrality. To address the needs for all 5 distinctly different boroughs has been an enormous effort on your part, and we salute you for it. There are many components in the text. One of them is known as the BESS unit. They are required for resiliency, and they are welcome on Staten Island in the right places. As you know, the original city planners looked at all the activities we do as a city and determined a category of uses that run from the most safe on the one hand to the most dangerous on the other hand, use groups 1 through 18. The city planners determined that an electric utility substation is use group 17 due to the possibility that it goes on fire. The correct placement for this use is in an M zone, away from homes and stores. Normally, for residential and commercial zones, an installation of this kind would go to the Board of Standards and Appeals. The BSA commissioners look at the site conditions and determine if the installation can be made safely. If so, they issue approval, and they have done so in the past. The borough president and our council members are very concerned about the safety of their people on Staten Island. One could say these units are safe, and I would love to go along with that. But I recently spent an hour with another staff member talking to the fire chief of Warwick, New York. This was 3 weeks ago. 2 BESS installations caught fire over a 3-day span. The batteries went on fire, toxic smoke came pouring out of the units, neighboring houses and a school had to be evacuated. The cause of the fires were given as possibly lightning, possibly electrical surge, possible water penetration in the battery system. To quote Forrest Gump indirectly, things happen. In current form, these units are too dangerous to be installed near homes and stores. We are sure that over time they will become safer, but under current conditions, the elected officials of Staten Island do not want to take that risk. So how do we achieve the goals of the overall text amendment and at the same time keep Staten Island safe? 1, we put these installations in M zones where they are welcome. 2, for installations in residential and commercial zones, we submit to the board for their review. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, Commissioner Cerullo.
It's not so much a question. I just want to say it's good to see Vince's face. We're usually on the phone, so it's good to see you, Vince.
Thank you.
Okay, we appreciate your being here. Thank you very much, and we certainly hear the concerns that you're raising, and appreciate your being with us at the hearing today. So thank you.
Thank you all for your work.
Great. Thank you. Next up is Kevin Garcia, followed by Kate McClintock. Whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Garcia. I'm the transportation planner with the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance. Thank you to the City Planning Commission for the opportunity to share comments today. Founded in 1991, NEJA is a nonprofit citywide membership network linking grassroots organizations from low-income communities of color in their struggle for environmental justice. NEJA is also a part of the Last Mile Coalition, a citywide coalition working to regulate last-mile warehouses in New York City. While the intention of the City of Yes for carbon neutrality is ambitious in removing zoning barriers to address climate change, these amendments lack requirements and incentives to also address environmental injustice and center equity. As it stands, this proposal will enable certain communities to make investments and widen the gap between those who are well-resourced and those who are under-resourced. Now, the city aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. The New York City Community Air Survey indicates that annual average levels of 4 key pollutants have decreased citywide. However, in recent years, we have seen evidence that areas with a higher density of last-mile warehouses, such as the Newtown Creek area in Queens and Brooklyn, near JFK Airport, Sunset Park in Brooklyn, and Hunts Point in the Bronx, have higher pollution levels. Now, last-mile warehouses are different from traditional warehouses due to the high volume of product loading and unloading and product flow velocity. involving a massive increase in truck trips compared to traditional warehouses. However, last mile warehouses are not distinguished from traditional warehouses in the city's zoning resolution and can be constructed in all manufacturing districts and CA commercial districts as of right. As a result, the city cannot plan for the placement of these facilities. The location where these facilities can be sited and are clustered tend to abut environmental justice communities and pose a public health risk because of increased vehicular congestion and idling emissions. By omitting a zoning text amendment around last mile warehouse siting and operations in the city of Yes, the city will overlook a profound health disparity impacting New Yorkers of color and low-income New Yorkers. We urge DCP and the City Planning Commission to include a zoning text amendment to define last mile warehouses, create a public review process, and address the siting and operations of these facilities, vehicular traffic, and tailpipe emissions associated with these facilities. Now, we plan to submit a longer list of comments on this proposal, but here's a preview of other suggestions the City of Yes should include, such as establishing green zones in EJ communities with specific requirements and incentives to achieve carbon neutrality, require EV charging station installation along heavy vehicular traffic corridors, eliminate burdensome approval process for renewable energy or energy storage, ensure eligible energy systems comply with the New York State Climate Act, prevent trade-offs between green infrastructure such as rain gardens, permeable pavement, trees, and solar panels, and assess design and bulk configurations to add language for shading and cooling requirements to minimize the heat island effect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Mr. Garcia. Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. We look forward to reading your written comments in terms of the different points that you touched on, but I specifically want to ask if you can expand on some of the last points that you touched on, the idea of the green zones and the idea of connecting with the state legislation. I'm in a previous conversation you might have heard, we were discussing with the DEP commissioner, how could we build on or connect the current text amendment with the disadvantaged communities designation? And so I'm wondering if you can expand a little bit, what are green zones? How much of that could be accomplished through zoning? And what do you see are the opportunities here to, bring in spatial justice into the conversation and connect perhaps the areas where we expect a differential impact in terms of environmental justice with areas that have already been designated as such?
Thank you, Commissioner. It was a long question, but I'll try to answer all of that. So green zones essentially would be like a special district or a zone that's designated, and it can be mirror the mandatory inclusionary housing policy where we stamp out certain areas throughout the city. But we want to make sure that we're stamping out the areas that have the worst air quality, the highest pollution in EJ communities. So we want to look at where there's lack of trees, and basically what we want to do is follow the State Climate Act, the Community Leadership and Community Protection Act, the CLCPA, and make sure that we're investing in these communities. So the CLCPA designates at least 35% of investments to disadvantaged communities. So we want to make sure that, with the City of Yes, with these incentives, that those are aligning with the state's law in order to make sure that the communities that have been disproportionately and historically overburdened are receiving the benefits and are not going to continue being disproportionately impacted and become sacrifice zones.
Thank you. I have another quick follow-up question, which is, can you explain a little bit right now, what does the CLCPA, the state law, says? What does it say in terms of that 35% reinvestment? Like, what is a mechanism through which communities like the ones that we're talking about could apply for those funds? Like, how does that happen? Or has that been defined yet? Can you tell us where that's at?
I'm not exactly sure on that answer, but I can follow up with the commission.
Thank you. We will appreciate that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up is Kate McClintock on Zoom, followed by George Janes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning. All right. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kate McClintock, and I'm testifying on behalf of Village Preservation, the largest membership organization in Greenwich Village, the East Village, and NoHo. Thank you for having us speak today. We have 4 areas of concern regarding the zoning for carbon neutrality proposal that we urge you to address. They are, number 1, the proposed amendment would remove clauses K and L from section 1210 of the zoning text. This would not seem to advance the cause of carbon neutrality in any meaningful way, but would allow space in landmark buildings to be sealed off and considered unused floor area to then be used and added to a new development on the same lot, contrary to actions taken by the Commission in 1979 to prevent such instances. Those clauses should not be removed from the text. 2, the proposed amendment would also vastly expand the definition of accessory use with broad and potentially troubling implications. The proposed change is ostensibly being done to accommodate bike parking and energy infrastructure. However, such allowances can be accommodated with more precise language, which limits the additional accessory uses to these specific categories, rather than opening the door more and unnecessarily broadly as currently proposed. 3, the proposed amendment allows for very large changes in rooftop permitted obstructions that don't count as zoning floor area without clearly explaining why such large allowances are necessary. It's unclear why such large allowances are necessary to serve a carbon neutrality agenda, and we urge that they be limited to sizes for which a rational justification can be offered. 4, the proposed amendment allows for very large increases in wall thickness for energy efficiency purposes that would involve significant intrusions into public space, though such significantly thicker walls don't appear to be necessary for energy efficiency. We urge that these allowances be more circumscribed and limited to a rational degree that's measurably justified for energy efficiency in light of the significant impact upon public spaces the allowance could have. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to testify, and for any questions, I would point you to our Executive Director, Andrew Berman. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We will move on to George Janes, to be followed by Tavina Willis.
Yes, hi, I'm George Janes. I'm an urban planner. I'm not representing anyone today. These views are my own. We know we are in a climate emergency, and we have to do everything we can to reduce our carbon footprint. City Council passed Local Law 97 and 154, and these changes will support those local laws, which is great. But often when we make decisions during a time of emergency, we make mistakes. And while I think 95% of the zoning text you're hearing today is just fine, there are errors and mistakes that I think need to be addressed before this becomes law. And the first is we cannot delete items K and L from the definition of floor area. The CPC adopted those changes to stop developers from sealing off buildings and then reusing that unused floor area in other buildings on the zoning lot. Developers used to do this, and the CPC stopped them with this zoning text amendment in 1979, and it's just reopening that loophole if we make this bad change. Second, the changes in accessory uses is way too broad. Now, everyone supports the idea of bike parking and energy infrastructure spanning multiple lots. That's fine. Just like the parking and loading can. So zoning should be permitted to change just that. The text affects all accessory uses, and we are in a city where the Department of Buildings just last month gave a building permit to a hotel with a 300-foot Coney Island style thrill ride that was approved as an accessory use. We should focus in on the changes we want, which is essentially bike parking and energy infrastructure, and name them in the changes that we want. Third, the increase in permitted obstructions to height are enormous. It's unclear why they're so large. I don't know what the right number is, right? If they need to be bigger for the mechanical equipment, fine. But the one thing I do know is it doesn't make any sense to change the formula for the stair and elevator bulkheads within 10 feet of the street wall. We need larger mechanicals for mechanicals, fine. But do we need larger elevator and stair bulkheads within 10 feet of the street wall? Why would we do that? It's with the increase, you could be putting 40 foot on top of 75 feet. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I submitted written comments with all the details, but I do want to finish by saying I really appreciate all of the comments from the commissioners. I've learned a lot. Commissioner Cirillo's comments, I think, have been really interesting and resonated. Thank you very much.
Time.
Thank you for that, and we appreciate your support of the 95%, and we certainly will take a very close look at the 5% that you identified in detail. So thank you very much for that. Great. Well, thank you, Mr. James. We'll let you go. Thank you for your time today. And we're gonna move on to Tavina Willis, followed by Maddie DeSerbo. And Tavina Willis, we're expecting on Zoom.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, hi.
We can.
Okay, great. I'm from Breast Initiative. I'm a community organizing manager. So I'm just going to quickly say that we do have several Amazon facilities that suddenly appeared in our district. The community concern is that the structures took up a lot of land mass in a short amount of time with very little community notice. We as a community have one of the highest asthma and respiratory condition rates. And we don't believe these structures are entering our areas with consideration of the public housing residents, the thousands of residents that live in close proximity to the facilities, let alone the schools that are surrounding the facilities. The Amazon facility is also next to a local farm where dust from trucks and dust from the equipment were blowing onto the crops. So we are supporting any changes to the text amendment that limit the square footage that these structures can acquire. There needs to be a lot more community input and a lot more community engagement when these things are occurring in our neighborhood. The only time we get to speak on it or get involved is when these structures are already up, causing the negative impact.
Okay, thank you for that. And just to be clear, because I think I may have missed it right at the front, the structures that you're referring to, are you talking about last mile facilities, or were you referring to something else?
We have several in Red Hook. I think about 6 of them.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to make sure the structures that you were referring to, and certainly and you're now the second person to mention last mile facilities here today. So I do want to note that the Department of City Planning and the city certainly recognize the issues that are arising from the growth of last mile facilities across the city, certainly Red Hook and elsewhere. And even though these facilities play an important role in our economy, that shouldn't come at the expense of specific communities around the city. So we are working with our sister agencies, like the Department of Transportation, Economic Development Corporation, to understand and think about solutions here. So I really appreciate your noting it, and certainly the fact that it is not in this proposal one that is specific to existing zoning rules and ways to eliminate obstacles does not mean that we are not concerned and share that that concern with you. So I just want to make sure you know that, and really do appreciate your bringing it up. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, let us move on to Maddie DeSerbo, who I believe may be here. Great. Thank you. To be followed by Shelby Kislowski on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Maddie DeSerbo, and I'm here on behalf of the Real Estate Board of New York.
REBNY members have consistently led the way in developing and operating high-performing, efficient buildings, which is why we thank the City Planning Commission for the opportunity to testify in support of zoning for carbon neutrality. Zoning for carbon neutrality proposes important updates to the Zone Green bonus to better align with Local Law 97 and Energy Code updates. However, in development projects that plan to utilize the existing Zone Green bonus may not have foundations laid by the time of adoption of zoning for carbon neutrality and therefore would be forced into redesign to account for the new calculations. They are not vested. This will certainly cause delays, increase costs, and could render those projects unviable. REBNY strongly recommends that there should be a grace period of 6 months to file from date of adoption and up to 2 years for DOB to approve those plans. This approach is similar to new building code adoptions and has been done in other citywide text amendments for vesting approved by this body. Another change for the Commission is to properly account for FD&Y mandated storage spaces and floor area exemptions. Within the recent FD&Y code revisions, there are new storage and access requirements that are currently not accounted for in carbon neutrality, but should be per Local Law 47 of 2022. This exemption must be explicitly stated in the zoning text to be consistent with local law. Based on stakeholder engagement with architects and engineers, the Commission should increase the height limit of solar canopies over off-street parking to 23 feet to mimic the allowance for enclosed parking in rear yards and to allow for truck parking under the solar canopies. Additionally, since a high-rise building typically would have 2 elevators servicing the roof along with stair access, which all require some sort of enclosure, it is not adequate to limit this equipment to 60 square feet in total. This provision should clarify the exemption applies to each elevator and each stair landing accessing the roof open space. Lastly, in addition to the changes highlighted here, REBNY is providing an appendix with technical fixes for consideration by the Department and Commission. In recent years, New York City and state leaders have adopted aggressive decarbonization targets that will not be met without tangible policy changes such as zoning for carbon neutrality. REBNY strongly supports zoning for carbon neutrality and encourages the City Planning Commission to approve the text with the suggested modifications outlined today. Thank you for the consideration of these points.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes, the first question, when you spoke about grandfathering, are you talking about a 6-month delay in the effects of this for anyone, or are you talking about expanding the current idea if somebody has finished their foundation, or what is it you're recommending here?
So for projects that have their plans filed within 6 months of the adoption of this text, be eligible to still use the Zone Green bonus that they have planned for in their development process, and then allow DOB to approve that within 2 years of the adopted text.
I would say that seems somewhat overly generous. I think in the past commissions, et cetera, have potentially expanded the grandfathering definition for projects that have building plans on file or that have basically the BSA requirement of substantial completion of their foundation. On what basis do you believe that this should be as lenient as you're proposing?
We believe that many projects might not have their foundations laid in time of the adopted text, but as David West, who spoke earlier, we could provide a list of projects from our members. We have a zoning design committee that's comprised of architects and land use attorneys, developers that could help us provide a list of affected projects that this would benefit.
I would certainly appreciate seeing the list of effective projects, and if you could annotate it with how far along they are. I mean, this proposal has been in discussion for a while, so I'm somewhat leery about the idea that developers who wanted to get into the process under the existing rules really need 2 years to get approved building plans. So you should really think about that timing.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Let's move on to Shelby Kislowski on Zoom, followed by Eva Hanhart, also Zoom.
Good morning. My name is Shelby Kislowski, and I am representing the New York Solar Energy Industries Association. NYSEA is the only statewide trade association dedicated to expanding the adoption of distributed scale solar and storage since it was founded in 1994. NYSEA's 244 member companies are responsible for thousands of clean energy jobs throughout the state, but many of these solar and energy storage providers are based in and serve New York City. NYSEA supports the City of Yes for carbon neutrality, and we are particularly supportive of the following elements of the zoning proposal. 1. Removing zoning impediments to rooftop solar canopies would significantly increase the amount of solar that could be installed on a typical flat roof in the city and improves market accessibility for solar. 2. Removing zoning impediments to solar above parking lots would enable solar canopies to be installed over an estimated 8,500 acres of parking lots across the city, or roughly 13.2 square miles of solar potential. 3. Removing zoning impediments to standalone energy storage will remove siting barriers in the city, which will reduce the city's reliance on high emissions peaker plants during the summer months. Transitioning from costly fossil fuel plants will improve air quality and public health for New Yorkers, which is imperative as we face impacts of extreme heat and other climate implications in the coming years. We are happy to see FDNY and Department of Building support for this proposal and thank them for their commitment to public safety. We appreciate the city's leadership desire to amend zoning to accelerate decarbonization and urge the city to implement the City of Yes proposal swiftly. The zoning amendment will catalyze New York City's progress toward its ambitious climate goals by encouraging the dual use of underutilized spaces, supporting thousands of additional solar and energy storage jobs, and helping New York City buildings to comply with Local Law 97 and reduce their electricity bills. All of these benefits will contribute to the long-term public health of the residents and America's largest and most diverse city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to move on to Megan Fitzpatrick. I'm sorry, is that who I called a second ago? No, I did not. I called Eva Hanhart next, and then we're going to move on to Megan Fitzpatrick.
We're promoting both Eva and Megan right now. It appears we have Megan in the panelists.
Megan's ready?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Eva is there or no?
Eva is declining promotion.
All right, Ms. Fitzpatrick, you're up. Welcome.
Hi, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West, a historic preservation and land use nonprofit. Thank you for your time for allowing me to speak on this matter. Landmark West is committed to sensible land use of the Upper West Side, and we appreciate stated goals of the proposed zoning for carbon neutrality. When we first heard of the title of the proposed changes, certain expectations arose. Some were met in the text, but much was left to be desired in terms of both meeting the goals of reducing CO2 emissions and the continued effort to safeguard aspects of the city's urban heritage. We remain concerned about proposals to eliminate any and all impediments to reducing carbon emissions which don't take into account the preservation of our cultural heritage. These evolving energy policies will likely incur significant challenges for NYC's historic buildings. Our biggest concern is incrementalism. A traditional Upper West Side block features an elaborate street wall guarding the donut and urban green space. A century of tweaking and further encroachment underpinning the donut into the donut has led to eroding the lungs of each block. The proposed zoning further cluttering the roofs and yards of historic districts adds to this, or more appropriately put, detracts from this asset. One would imagine the goals of carbon neutrality would support permeable surfaces and enhanced greening rather than the production of further bulk construction and obstruction. The greenest choice is reusing and therefore retrofitting a historic building rather than creating more waste and emissions, building a new efficient tall building. While we cautiously advocate for adapting historic buildings to energy efficient ones, we don't believe the current proposed zoning for decarbonisation of existing buildings pays mind to the preservation of the character of historic buildings. Our main concerns include—
I think I see my name there. Is that okay? Okay.
Hold on, Ms. Fitzpatrick. We've got a little crosstalk for you, so hold that thought for 1 second.
No problem.
Okay, Ms. Fitzpatrick, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Our main concerns include changing the definition of floor area for unused space may yield unintended consequences and leads our committee to question its full intentions. The proposed increased rooftop coverage could inflate the volume allowed on rooftops by up to 170% and solar panel canopies reaching to the street wall. These fully visible additions will contribute to an increased bulk in the volume already present in many historic districts. Our committee requests specific language whether this would apply to smaller buildings. Electrifying old buildings is on the forefront of this initiative, but these proposals are not adequately addressing the impact new overruns and solar panels will have, not only on the durability of the buildings, but the integrity of their historic character. Our committee seeks a clear definition of the term accessory use. We support greater bike parking allowances. However, a bike is not the same as it used to be. More consideration has to be taken into account before removing limits on where e-vehicle infrastructure can be placed. Additionally, if an amusement park ride in a hotel can be classified as accessory use, therefore, what precedent is being set for this proposal? That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you for being with us.
One quick
Oh,
question.
well, hang on. Before you go, Commissioner Benjamin has a question.
One quick question. You don't feel that the current landmarks review process would handle the issues that you've raised?
I guess that is our point. Because this is still in the review process, we're not quite sure what how landmarked buildings
How
and
it
the
would
landmarks
react
law.
with the certificate of appropriateness or
Yes.
certificate of no effect? Okay.
Yes, so we would like clear language and clear confirmation on how historic buildings would be, landmark buildings would be affected, especially residential ones.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Ms. Hanhart, you are up, followed by Sam Jasinski, Carrie Harris, Sam Brill, just to give a little bit more of a look ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Eva Hanhart, and I'm a member of the Collective for Community, Culture, and the Environment, which is an all-women urban planning and architecture consultancy. The collective commends the Adams administration and the Department of City Planning for their proposed zoning initiatives to achieve carbon neutrality. Reducing current zoning obstacles represents an important start towards addressing climate change and environmental justice. However, today we offer some crucial modifications and additions that we feel would make New York City zoning resolution an even more effective tool for carbon neutrality. Our comments are both general and specific, and we are submitting written comments. Number one, most of the proposed text amendments only eliminate impediments, but very few requirements, incentives, or parameters. Thus, there is no way to know whether, where, or when they will be achieved. Number two, furthermore, absent financial or zoning incentives, lower income communities, individuals, or smaller businesses will be less able to afford these measures. On the issue of equity, despite the city's stated goals of equity and environmental justice, there are no proposals that specifically address these issues. Among measures that could be added include the designation and mapping of special green zoning districts or overlays in environmental justice communities with specific requirements and incentives. This could be similar to MIH zones and could align with the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act disadvantaged communities. To enact a special permit to regulate the clustering of uses such as last mile centers that generate heavy vehicular traffic and greenhouse gases and accumulate and cluster in environmental justice communities. 3, trade-offs. There is a lack of adequate locational or context consideration with little guidance on trade-offs among different carbon neutrality measures and on where and which carbon neutrality measures are most appropriate. Number 4, embodied carbon. There is no mention of reduced embodied carbon in building construction or renovation materials. For zoning could incentivize the use of low embedded carbon materials. Number 4, or number 5, we have some specifics on rooftop solar, asking for you to develop parameters for where solar panels are needed and language identifying appropriate locations, including access to sunlight. The same would be true for regulations for parking facilities, which we should should establish criteria for where solar canopies should be required. We have comments on porous pavement.
Sorry, Ms. Henhart, you have your microphone's now muted. So let me see if there's questions for you, but there are. So we're going to go to Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your comment. I wanted to ask you on a question that on a comment that came up a couple presenters before you, which was about the definition of accessory uses. And I'm wondering if you can comment a little bit on that, on whether what you think about that particular part. You're on mute.
Okay. In answer to that, Commissioner, the definition of accessory needs to be fully articulated and needs to have a contextual and locational criteria that I believe I've been listening. A number of speakers and a number of commissioners have talked about the differences in different locational situations. An accessory usually refers to something that is accessory to the principal use. So does that answer your question?
Thank you, but yes, thank you. That answers my question, and I look forward to your written comments. It was when you were talking about the additional designation or the identification of specific zones. I was wondering if I was thinking you were, or I want to know if you're talking about somehow responding to specific areas with specific strategies and or sort of like accommodating that. Can you explain a little bit the relationship between your response to sort of like your other recommendation on creating some additional spatial designation?
Yes, I did propose, and I believe other people have as well, either a special green zoning district or an overlay. I believe others have referred to it as a green zoning, as a green zone, as a designation in particular in environmental justice communities where both incentives and requirements could be pulled together in order to further, not just by allowing, but in order to make these incentives possible. I use the example of MIH, where areas that have been mapped in the zoning resolution for mandatory inclusionary zoning look at both applying requirements and incentives.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And thank you, Ms. Henhard, for your testimony. And we're going to move on now to Sam Jasinski of New Leaf Energy, Carrie Harris, Sam Brill.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Jasinski. I'm the Director of Policy and Business Development in New York for New Leaf Energy. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. New Leaf is a nationwide developer of clean energy projects, but especially in New York State, where we have an office in Latham, New York, and have been developing projects for close to a decade, including battery energy storage in New York City. New Leaf supports much of what's in the City of Yes proposal, but my testimony will focus on the provisions related to energy storage. I'll start by echoing the strong support for those provisions that you've heard in letters of support and testimony from FDNY, Con Ed, our trade associations, Urban Green Council, and many others. City of Yes streamlines the permitting process for energy storage projects without compromising rigor, and any opportunity to deploy this technology more efficiently is critical. Today, during peak electricity demand or events that damage the grid, New Yorkers routinely lose power, or that power is provided by the dirtiest power plants, often located in disadvantaged communities, or diesel generators parked in neighborhood streets. Those approaches are bad for our health, disruptive and costly for individuals and businesses, and contribute to dangerous and costly climate events. And the New York ISO, Independent System Operator, New York's Transmission System Operator, just released a study projecting that those issues are going to get worse in just over a year. Battery energy storage is a cleaner, healthier way to make New York City's grid more reliable. New Leaf does its best to site energy storage projects in manufacturing and industrial zones, but current grid infrastructure and the amount of storage the city needs to operate reliably and resiliently requires putting energy storage projects in residential zones. The responsibility to do that safely is one that we and the industry take very seriously, but it should be reassuring to know that regardless of which company is doing the development, nobody can build a battery energy storage system anywhere in New York City without answering to the FDNY, which has developed the most stringent standards in the country, maybe the world. City of Yes does not change that in any way. Contrary to some perceptions, battery energy storage projects are hard to develop in New York City. It typically takes 3 years or more from the time a lease is signed until a project is approved to interconnect by Con Ed and approved to be built by the city, and only the best of the best pass FDNY's strict safety standards. Ultimately, only 1 in 5 sites pass all those tests over that many year period. So we strongly urge the commission to adopt the City of Yes proposal so we can get to work safely and efficiently deploying these projects where they will be the most effective at meeting the health and grid challenges New Yorkers are already facing and before they get worse. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Wonderful. We're moving next to Carrie Harris. Welcome, followed by Sam Brill and Rami Dinawi. Thank you. Hello.
Well, hello, commissioners. It's always a pleasure, especially since you've got great air conditioning here, which is maybe an issue. I'm Caroline Harris, for the record, a partner at Goldman Harris and the author of an article, The City of Yes, New York City is Taking Leadership on Energy Storage System Siting, that was published in Cityland. I will send all of you a complimentary copy. I also represent 2 battery storage companies that have both spoken today, New Leaf and Flatiron Energy. I support the City of Yes's text, including the battery storage aspect, and I have to say I applaud this agency, especially Nihilus and the team and the mayor's office for the hard work that you've put in. Everybody has heard already the importance of BESS to level peak and off-peak energy generation for renewable as well as traditional energy sources, preventing or mitigating brown and blackouts during heat waves and other periods of high demand like this week. I'm skipping some because you've heard a lot of it already. Under the proposed zoning, small-scale BESS that would serve approximately 4,000 residences on a 10,000 square foot site would be allowed to be installed as of right in residential and commercial districts, streamlining installation. Still, all batteries would meet the rigorous scrutiny of FDNY and DOB for siting, assuring us of their safety. Nevertheless, during the Communities and Borough Board's review, some have suggested that special permits should continue or even get more involved, which would be regressive. I understand the concern sparked by the fires from e-bikes, but they're a totally different animal and they are not certified or reviewed by the fire department. But let me make clear, as you all understand, discretionary land use approvals do not enhance the safety of battery storage systems. FDNY does. So returning to a special permit program regime will not make batteries safer. What will make them safer is FDNY's rigor and DOB's involvement also in the safety of the actual siting of the storage battery on a site. Others have suggested that batteries should simply be prohibited from certain areas, leaving large swaths of the city without a healthy way to store energy. Those neighborhoods would suffer the most during a heat wave because they would not have as good a system for supplementing or balancing the needs, the energy generation from the existing plants. Neither of these are good options. The text should remain as is, and even go further. Significantly, as you have heard, the text does not take into consideration the size and configuration. Time.
3 minutes goes fast, doesn't it?
It sure does.
Okay, well, let us ask you what the text does not take into consideration, and we'll give you a chance to finish that thought.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. It doesn't take into consideration the size and configuration of BESS units that are needed to serve an electric utility substation. Those are much bigger. And we've done some rough testing, and they don't fit within the bulk envelope permitted in the manufacturing districts that are where the utility substations are located. These have to be proximate to the substation, like next door, in order to actually be the storage for the utility itself, not storage out in the field in the residential district. And so what we found is that those storage units don't fit in the bulk envelope in the manufacturing district. Either they're too much floor area or they don't meet the height and setback requirements. We have some suggestions on how this could be addressed. I'd be happy to submit them since time is short. Also, to address Commissioner Cerullo and Benjamin's concerns about residential neighborhoods, I think we could look at more robust supplemental use regulations to protect neighborhood character. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. And I take your point about fire department being the ultimate protector of our communities in the city, and they look at these things so closely because we are all concerned about the questions of safety as it relates to any new emerging technology, and they are extremely careful here, which is why they're supporting this. Commissioner Osorio, let's go to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I very much appreciate your comments about how this relates to other strategies, other tools that we have to assure compliance with existing laws. I can't tell you how many times, we've reviewed proposals in ULURP that, or when we, and so that when we ask about what are the plans for complying with the Climate Mobilization Act, the response that we get is, oh, that's far down the line. It's too soon to figure out exactly sort of like what our rooftops are going to be. We don't know. And so here we are changing zoning to reduce the impediments so that people, invest in these infrastructure changes as early on as possible. And I'm wondering if you have any suggestions in terms of the type of language or the type of tools, the type of provisions that we can actually connect or build on some of the existing changes to assure that we can see stronger commitments to comply with these laws as early on as possible. In other words, when we're having a zoning discussion, how can we assure that the applicant is actually, or how can we accelerate that process?
Thank you for your question. What I've observed through my clients is that there is a disconnect. Not a disconnect's too strong, but there's a lack of coordination between the planning and the zoning, what DOB does, and what the fire department does, and so that the process gets very elongated and repetitive. And that was actually one of the problems with the special permit structure as it is now, is that in a way you can't get a special permit without an exact plan, but you can't get an exact plan until DOB and FDNY approve, but DOB won't approve until you get your special permit. So you've got a circle there where you really can't move forward in an efficient way, and then you would have to go back to BSA if DOB requires a change. So my number one suggestion is that there be better coordination among the three agencies involved now, today, so that there can be a more efficient approach to designing the battery storage systems and their approval.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cerullo.
nice to see you.
Always nice to see you.
So let me just say that, and I appreciate your testimony, and recognize that the points that you make are obviously consistent with those who are supportive of this, and I don't completely disagree with everything that's presented, particularly about battery storage. I'm limiting my comments to the battery storage piece, but I will say this. When we talk about those who want this prohibited completely in certain zoning areas, they are prohibited in certain zoning areas now without some process that has to take place. So the point of view, excuse me, is either prohibit them more clearly or to at least keep the current structure in place so there's some input from the community that these facilities could, as of right under the proposal, be cited in. And I completely agree with the fire department being sort of we'll call it the lead agency in something, especially if this is as of right. And I know that the official position of the fire department is to be supportive, but since 90% of the fire department lives on Staten Island, and talking to firefighters, I know that that's not necessarily all a rank and file point of view about these, and it's for a variety of reasons. One is the uncertainty. There's still a lot of unknown, and the commissioner this morning, we talked a little bit about that. Education is going to go a long way in educating communities about what these really mean, but it also has to do with changing the nature of the residential areas. So it's not a complete no, and I saw you here this morning, so I don't want to repeat the thoughts that I made to our commissioner, but this is about, because then we can pick other uses next year that we think need to be in residential neighborhoods to be able to access things. And so where does that end? So I think there's a lot of different issues in this. It's not simple. But I do believe that the current structure for this is working. We have 4 or 5 of them in Staten Island now or in construction. No one's embracing them completely, but they're happening. So it's not as if you can't build these things now or that. So I just want to say that and just share that, because I know I always appreciate your point of view on things, and you've always engaged the commission in such a wonderful way over the years on important and complicated issues. But I do thank you for your testimony.
Commissioner, I appreciate the compliment, certainly, and the perspective that you bring to bear representing Staten Island. There is a really crucial need for education. And even when the education is offered, there's a wall of lack of belief. They don't believe what you're telling them. I don't know who would have to say it in order for people to believe what's being said. My professional experience in Staten Island was that these were not viable through a special permit process, which is why I'm suggesting that maybe using the supplemental use regulations to screen the batteries, to set them on a site in a way that is maybe less obtrusive to a residential community. Maybe we're playing with the size of the site relative to the size of the battery, meaning a bigger site, smaller battery. In a residential district is, I still think, preferable to going through the special permit process. Maybe it's a chair cert. Maybe it's some way of dealing with going through a waiver process at the building department. I think there are alternatives to the BSA or city planning special permit, which are very lengthy and clearly end up with, in certain neighborhoods, with a full stop. You're not doing this. And recently, the two, as you know, had to be pulled. So the sad part about that is that those neighborhoods are, if they don't have this battery storage, because of the way the grid works, and I'm not the one to explain this. I can arrange for a submission that would explain this more carefully. The grid isn't like Manhattan street grid. The grid is like a few strands of spaghetti splattered around the boroughs, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, Manhattan. It's not a real grid the way we normally, urban planners, think of a grid. So having the batteries able to serve people in their residences who want that service, who would really want to be able to have the backup during or after a storm or during a heat wave, means they have to be connected closely to the grid in the residential district. Having them very remote from the residential district won't serve the residential district. So I think that there may be room to work through these problems. I certainly am always willing to work with the commission or the staff. I can engage my clients to help work through some of these issues in a more effective way. I don't think the answer is put back the special permit and even add special permits where they're not needed now, or alternately preclude major portions of New York City from being able to have cleaner renewable energy, cleaner batteries, more renewable energy. Otherwise, you'll rely on peaker plants, which are unhealthy, and not get the service that people want with all our electronics that we need to keep charged, even during a hurricane.
Thank you, Karen.
You're sure.
Great. Anything you submit, obviously, is helpful and
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, thank you. Ms. Harris, good to see you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right. Sam Brill, you are up. Welcome. Rami Dinawi next, and Alok Disa, both on Zoom. Welcome.
Thank you. Chair Grodnick and Commissioners, my name is Sam Brill. I am the Director of Strategic Development Initiatives at 9 Energy, another clean energy developer here in New York City. We are fully in support of the City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality text amendment. 9 is based in Brooklyn. We develop community-scale clean energy solutions with a growing portfolio across New York City. We've been through a lot of information today about battery storage. I wanted to try to address a few of the concerns that Carrie Harris was just speaking about really eloquently that have been raised. So I think one concern has been the appropriateness in general of energy storage projects in residential districts. I want to try to make an analogy to hospitals, right? Hospitals are a use group for permitted use in residential districts, not because we think of hospitals as being, a residential type use. They're noisy, they can generate a lot of traffic, but we recognize that hospitals are essential in serving the entire city, including in residential areas, and that's why we allow them as of right. I would make that analogy to energy storage systems. To underscore that point, I know that the department has prepared a map, which I'm sure Niles will be able to send again, which overlays the zoning districts in the city with what are called LSRV zones. So LSRV is a locational system relief value zones, and those are areas of the city that Con Ed has identified as parts of the grid that are particularly stressed, right? That on days like today and tomorrow are particularly in danger of having brownouts or blackouts. When you overlay that map, you realize the vast majority of those areas are in residential zoning districts, right? And if we don't allow energy storage to be sited in those communities, we're missing a huge opportunity to provide reliability and resilience in the areas of the city that really need it the most. I've also heard some aesthetic concerns. I would echo what Carrie Harris said about supplemental use regulations. Already included in the proposal are new requirements on screening and vegetation, which we support. If they could be modified or even expanded upon, I think that energy storage developers would support that if aesthetics really are the concern here. A point that hasn't been raised yet, I just want to make sure you're aware of, FDNY regulations actually already require there to be a 10-foot buffer zone from all lot lines. So that's something that's not in the zoning, but that's a current regulation that is in place, and also I think could help alleviate some concerns in residential zoning districts. Safety concerns, I think we've dealt with a lot. I just would note again that the fire in Warwick that was referenced use a technology which is not permitted in New York City. FDNY has not permitted that battery technology in New York City because it hasn't been certified by UL. It's a tragic instance, but it's not one that's likely to be repeated in New York. So I'm happy, obviously, to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I think that's a really important point that you made. I'm going to go to Commissioner Osorio, Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. It's really important to have the voice of a storage developer here. And I want to frame a question associated with the potential or on how to elevate the public benefit in terms of economic development. And so can you share a little bit about sort of what are some of the barriers that you have in terms of manufacturing, maintaining these systems on one hand, and whether the zoning text amendment is doing what it's doing to support or improve secure land, attract the type of businesses that would strengthen your supply chains?
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of kind of job growth and job creation, the need for skilled electrical workers obviously is a big part of our business. And so the more we're installing these projects around the city, the more we're relying on electricians and other skilled engineers. So that's an important part of the economy, obviously. The Inflation Reduction Act provides extra tax credits for technology which is produced in the United States. So we are incentivized to find battery systems that are manufactured here in the U.S. And I believe that the state of New York also has incentives to produce those in New York State or even New York City. So obviously we're supportive of that. The other point I'd make with respect to zoning, though, is that if we allow energy storage citywide, there's less competition over the scarce manufacturing property, the properties that are zoned for manufacturing, right? So those areas that are zoned for manufacturing could be put to better use for manufacturing jobs in industry than for energy storage if we essentially spread out energy storage throughout the entire city across all zoning districts rather than concentrate them just in manufacturing zones.
But just as a quick follow-up, so how much of the goods and services that you require are actually produced in New York City?
So the list of battery systems which FDNY has approved is very short. We think that's a good thing, right? Because that means FDNY has looked at these battery technologies very carefully and made sure that they're safe for use. But only one of those is even produced in the United States, and that's Tesla, and that's our main supplier, and that's produced in the state of Nevada. We would love to procure equipment which is produced in New York, but it's not certified for use by FDNY at this time.
So in other words, we're currently importing the majority of this equipment.
Yeah, and that's a challenge that the United States faces. I mean, that's the Inflation Reduction Act. Part of it deals with trying to, onshore a lot of those jobs for energy storage, for offshore wind, for solar. And there's big incentives to do that. We're just not there yet.
But I just want to make sure that there are no zoning impediments that you see that are detracting these companies from locating here. What are the barriers? Why aren't we manufacturing any of this?
Yeah, with respect to manufacturing battery equipment, I'm not sure that there are zoning barriers right now in New York City, but I confess that I'm not an expert in that because that's not our business. We don't produce the batteries that we develop and install. But I'm not aware of specific zoning impediments there. But it's certainly an interesting question. I'm sure that the department's working on it in their upcoming text amendments.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so much for your responses. And if you can submit that map that you were talking about, that would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
I was going to ask for the map also, so.
Yeah, I'm happy to send it. I know that Dylas has it on hand, so.
Or if staff has the map and can just send it to all of us, I think that would be.
Great, that's what we'll do. We'll make your life a little easier. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay, next up is Rami Dinawi, followed by Alok Disa, both on Zoom, and then Sarah Watson here in the room.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the City Planning Commission. My name is Rami Dinawi, and I'm the Environmental Justice Campaign and Policy Manager at El Puente. El Puente is a community-based organization located in North Brooklyn, founded over 40 years ago in the south side of Williamsburg, Los Sures. El Puente is also a part of the Last Mile Coalition, a citywide coalition of environmental justice and public health advocates working to regulate last mile trucking facilities in the city. I'm here today to appeal to the City Planning Commission and the Department of City Planning, urging them to take decisive action in addressing the concerning clustering of last mile warehouses in our city. The Mayor's City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality initiative claims it would modernize our city's zoning regulation to support our climate goals. The proposed 18 zoning text amendments show ambition and promise, steering us towards achieving our climate targets. However, true carbon neutrality necessitates that the city's attention to the pressing issue of last mile warehouse clustering is addressed. Today, I stand before you to share the concern about the increasing number of last mile warehouses in our city and the impact they have on our neighborhoods. Over the past few years, our city has witnessed a surge in last mile warehouses, leading to an influx of trucks and a rise in air pollution. We've seen in neighborhoods such as Hunts Point, Red Hook, Sunset Park, that they are already overburdened with poor air quality due to existing polluting infrastructures. And the trucks from these last mile warehouses are exacerbating the problem, posing a severe threat to our health and our environment. In neighborhoods like Hunts Point, home to the world's second largest food distribution center, adult asthma rates are the highest in New York City. Last mile warehouses are adding hundreds of daily truck trips to already congested streets. This further deteriorating the air quality, putting the health of our residents at risk. For instance, Longwood also has the third highest asthma rate hospitalization among children, more than twice the city rate. The presence of more last mile warehouses in any neighborhood can only lead to more air pollution and exacerbate this crisis. This is an issue of clustering. Currently, there are at least 3 last mile warehouses operating in our neighborhood, and one nearly 600,000 square feet facility is planned for East 149th Street in the Bronx. To achieve the goals of carbon neutrality proposal, I urge City Planning Commission to adopt the zoning text amendment application to address the clustering of last mile warehouses. And we need to have a public and environmental review process for these facilities, allowing communities to understand how they impact our air quality, health, and safety before they are established in the neighborhoods. Our objective is not to reject last mile warehouses in the city, but to prioritize health, safety, and the quality of life of our communities. Outdated and unjust zoning regulations that allow for these last mile warehouses to exist as of right are really proliferating an industry that is pollutant spewing, delivery trucks, concentration of e-commerce warehouses, in already overburdened environmental justice.
Time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Danawi. We appreciate your comments.
I appreciate it.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to move on to Alok Disa on Zoom. And while we get you set up, we're going to tee up Sarah Watson, Mark Ginsburg, and Jason Miller, and Steve Levin.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, great. Thank you. My name is Alok Disa. I'm a senior research and policy analyst with Earth Justice, a national public interest environmental law nonprofit. I want to thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on the City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality proposal, which really provides a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reimagine the city's land use policies in the context of climate change and environmental justice. We fully support this critical look at city planning's role in addressing the climate emergency and achieving environmental justice throughout the city. But to us, I think there's in a couple ways, the proposal could be more ambitious. I think I think in 2 ways, really. The first is again, to talk about the issue of climate and environmental justice. I know some people who have been impacted by certain facilities have been speaking earlier. But I really want to underscore the environmental justice and climate implications of the city's land use and zoning regulations. And in the context of the administration and the city's stated commitment to advance environmental justice, which was just reiterated by the DEP commissioner earlier today, these 17 or 18 project types proposed, they don't touch on equity or environmental justice anywhere in the several hundred pages of text in there. And so I argue that DCP is missing a huge opportunity by not really considering the ways that these existing regulations actively contribute to environmental injustice by channeling polluting infrastructure into Black and brown communities. And this problem is especially acute with respect to the transportation infrastructure of the city. I don't think enough people know how important the recent Department of Health and Mental Hygiene's findings were that found, they were really eye-opening in that they really identified land use related to transportation and specifically warehousing, last mile warehouses, as key variables driving neighborhood level disparities in air quality. And so the way that these facilities are operated really creates an essentially new type of facility. And so one that leads to tons of emissions, exacerbates all kinds of problems. And the outdated zoning policy we have today allows that to be as of right and perpetuates these injustices. And so as we saw with the hazardous air from earlier this summer, you can't, we were all breathing horribly hazardous air. Some communities are breathing air like in that vein for, consistently, chronically. And so you can't really remove or segregate out climate change, decarbonization from climate justice. I think it's all intertwined. And so, I know the chair, you mentioned earlier that, that maybe you're thinking about, the issue of last mile as separate from the issues at hand in this proposal. And I guess I would just, respectfully argue that I think they should be integrated into this proposal because you can't really silo out certain issues. Like I think as you're thinking about removing barriers, we should be thinking about affirmative ways to advance climate equity and environmental justice by rapidly not just removing barriers, but enhancing requirements for zero emission vehicle deployments at last mile facilities, for example. And so happy to take any questions, but those are our comments. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. No, I appreciate the comment, and obviously we know that this proposal, while ambitious and unique and one of a kind, also does not do all things needed to address the issues of environmental justice, of sustainability. There are things that could be included in this proposal based on the level of environmental review necessary for this specific proposal and beyond. So I certainly understand your point, and we know there is an issue here. So I just want to make sure you know that I hear what you are saying, so I understand. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony. I have two questions, both building on or asking if you can please help us understand, on one end, the unintended impact of increasing electrification without a requirement for clean energy connected to it. In terms of the larger goals to, for example, decommission peaker plants and so forth. We've heard from different speakers today in terms of a certain level of assessment that has been done in this regard, including the utility, but I'm wondering if you can offer if you can shed light in terms of, what does your research tell you? What can you share with us in terms of whether or not this is something we should be worried, or whether or not this has been assessed and we should rest assured that increasing electrification is something that will not create air quality issues or environmental justice problems in places where we're decommissioning already some of that infrastructure. And let me go through the second question now, and then you can decide, because I know we're running short on time. The second question has to do with the connection between the issue on last mile facilities, which we've heard a couple of times today, and the specific conversation that is being discussed right now. You've stated that they should be looked at together. I want to understand why. In my mind, some of what you said and some of what has been said already by some of the previous speakers, including the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance and the members, resonate with this idea that when you make zoning decisions to increase residential density in some places, you require a lot of other services and infrastructure that comes with it. And I'm wondering if you can help us understand why this connection is something that we should consider today.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll address your second one first, because it's, I guess, a little bit fresh in my mind, more fresh in my mind. But I think, the way, we just think of these issues as intertwined, the issue of decarbonizing and of addressing the sort of equity, spatial justice, environmental justice dimension. So I think when I think of decarbonizing, I don't only think of enabling more, storage and clean energy technologies, all of which are really important. I think about the climate justice impacts of who's breathing the horrible air, who's more vulnerable to the risks of climate change. I think it's that holistic approach. And I would point to the Plan NYC report that the administration put out that suggests, that really emphasizes the issue of environmental justice and calls on city agencies to think about it in all of their decision making. And then also the EJ for All report that we know is coming out that we heard earlier today, that I think really talks to this whole of government integrated approach to address equity and environmental justice, not as a separate problem to be handled at some other occasion, because more often than not, it won't be handled at that other occasion. But when we have an opportunity to address this issue, let's address it systematically at a systems level. And so I think, we're already doing 17, 18 zoning text amendments now. I think in that context, walking the walk in terms of equity to us would mean including something related to injustice in that proposal. I mean, so that's just kind of a philosophical kind of answer to what you're suggesting. We will be putting in written comments, and would be happy to explore this further. I know you're short on time. I do want to address the first question a little bit that you talked about, and I think a couple points. And I think it's really important that we rapidly accelerate zero emissions technology across the whole sector. So when we think about electrifying end uses like buildings or transportation, that's not happening in a vacuum. That's happening at the same time that we're also getting off of fossil fuels in the electricity generation sector. Now, the timing might not always be synced up, and I think that those are important things to look at. And that's a grid planning question that's a little bit out of my area of expertise. So I would like to be able to follow up with a little bit more, talking to some of our experts internally. But I'll say that from a emission standpoint, diesel trucks and vehicles are among the highest causes and drivers of environmental justice. And electrifying those end uses is going to immediately, every time we replace a diesel truck or a diesel van with an electric one, you're immediately cleaning up the air in a very measurable way. I mean, there were studies that show that pound for pound, these vehicles cause more health impacts on a per vehicle basis than hundreds of passenger vehicles, for example. And then also from a grid perspective, because these machines are more efficient, they actually reduce overall emissions, because every unit of energy that goes in produces, like, I don't have the exact number, but much more output of energy compared to using combustion vehicles. So it's also more, the actual use of energy is enhanced and is more efficient in this way. But that's just off the top of my head. I would like to be able to follow up with some written comments if that's okay. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. We appreciate your being with us. Next up is Sarah Watson. Welcome. And then Mark Ginsburg, Jason Miller, and Steve Levin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah Watson. I'm the Deputy Director of Citizens Housing and Planning Council, CHPC. We're a nonprofit civic research organization focused on housing and planning. On behalf of CHPC, I'm delighted to share our strong support for the proposed city text amendment, City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality. This proposal aligns the essential public policy goals of environmental sustainability and sustaining investment in our buildings, transportation, and energy systems. CHPC has long advocated for zoning and regulatory reform to promote necessary investments in all segments of our housing stock and to clear bureaucratic barriers to meeting the needs of New Yorkers. We believe zoning needs to make it easier to do the right thing for a carbon neutral future, and this proposal does just that. There's 4 items that CHPC believes are especially critical for residential buildings here. First, the text would allow elevated solar trellises over 100% of roof area, which is a change CHPC has advocated for. And the proposed allowance would nearly quadruple the solar wattage a typical rooftop can generate. Second, the text amendment would make it easier for buildings to be retrofitted with exterior insulating panels, making heating, cooling, and powering our buildings more efficient, which is especially critical for our affordable and public housing stock. The changes will make it easier for building owners to place low-carbon HVAC equipment on roofs and in yards, allowing sufficient flexibility for buildings to use clean energy systems and supporting state and local goals for electrification. And fourth, we're in strong support of the changes that will remove administrative barriers to using permeable paving, which is an important surfacing option that will help reduce stormwater runoff. We do have some technical comments about specific adjustments needed to enable, we believe that would enable the text to accomplish its intended purpose. Those are included in the attachment with our written testimony and have been shared with staff. In particular, we do have technical recommendations regarding the definition for ultra-low energy buildings, which we believe should be compatible with the gold standard of passive house today and into the future. And we've really delved into this suggestion for a definition for ultra-low energy buildings. So our board president and chair of our zoning committee, Mark Ginsburg, is going to testify specifically just on this point after this one. So in summary, the City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality text amendment is exactly the type of zoning reform the city needs. We applaud the work of DCP's staff and the city team in developing this proposal, and we're pleased to support the changes with some of the technical refinements we've outlined.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move on to Mark Ginsburg. You teed it up perfectly, so welcome.
Thank you. Makes my job easier, and thank you for hearing me today. I am Mark Ginsburg, President of Citizens Housing Planning Council, CHPC, and a practicing architect. CHPC is in strong support of this proposal and compliments the department on good work. Sarah Watson has already given our overall testimony on the proposal, and I will concentrate on low energy buildings. One of the most important features of this proposal is the updating of standards that earn new buildings a floor area deduction for achieving leading edge energy efficiency standards. There are two ways to qualify for this standard. A, be a better than code, or B, meet current gold standards for energy efficiency. CHPC convened a group of leading experts in building energy efficiency to evaluate this piece of the proposal. We all agreed on the importance of this proposal, but identified areas for adjustment. First, the better than code standard is unachievable with today's best practices, in large part because of how much more stringent codes have become. IECC baseline performance is now more than 33% better than it was 15 years ago when Zone Green was passed. Beating code by 50% is effectively impossible. Beating it by 15% represents a building that is significantly better than code and what was required in the past. As codes continue to become more stringent, there may be a point when being better than code is no longer the right standard. This makes it more important for the gold standard option to reflect current best practices. Second, the passive house standard is the current gold standard for building energy efficiency. We understand the proposal intended to include passive house buildings, but we found that passive house buildings would not qualify under the originally proposed language. The standard should be updated to reflect the most recent version of passive house standards and enable DOB to administer them for several different modeling tools that are used in the industry. As a group, we drafted recommended modifications for the definition of ultra-low energy buildings that would reward passive house buildings and other cutting-edge projects today and into the future. These recommendations are included in Ms. Watson's written testimony. When the Commission votes on the proposed text amendment, we strongly recommend that your report acknowledges the purpose of these respective standards to provide adequate guidance for future rulemaking. I'll be happy to answer any questions about our comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we appreciate those very specific comments, and we will be taking a closer look at them. So
great.
Thank you. Let me see if there are others. No, thank you. We're going to move on to Jason Miller and Steve Levin, followed by Naman Shah and Jamel Martin. So, Mr. Miller, are you here?
Jason registered as in person. I don't believe Jason is here.
Okay. All right. On to Steve Levin of Solar One, formerly of City Council with me. So it's so good to see him. Steve, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Nice to have you here.
Nice to have you. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to testify in person.
It's beautiful out. Thank you all so much. First, I actually want to just take a quick second to associate my comments with Carrie Harris on the issues around building battery storage. Solar One has been working on a project with the governor's office for about 6 years and knows firsthand the rigorous process that the FDNY has in place, and we have a lot of lessons learned from that process going on about 6 years. But we have battery storage systems now up and running in South Brooklyn with partners like the Brooklyn Public Library and Volunteer Ambulance Corps. I'll move on to the testimony. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality application. COYCN is critical in order to unlock the physical space in and around New York City's buildings to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, combat the climate crisis, and make solar accessible for all New Yorkers. At Solar One, we provide solar technical assistance to affordable housing, low-income homeowners, community organizations, and buildings complying with Local Law 97. We work to make solar accessible for buildings facing the most barriers, especially in communities that have been historically excluded from the clean energy transition. Zoning is an essential tool to help build more cost-effective solar and achieve higher electricity savings, all while generating local electricity that reduces the demand for fossil fuels. Specifically, we strongly support the COYCN proposal that would allow for solar canopies, which are the solar arrays at least 9 feet high to cover 100% of roof spaces. Many buildings face limits under the current zoning rules on how much of their roof a canopy can cover, often making it difficult to install solar together with things like heat pumps, tenant space, and other important roof uses. Buildings that cannot install a full coverage canopy may find it too expensive or too difficult to fit everything they need on their roof and they will forgo solar altogether. Two proposals of expanding allowable canopies as well as allowable standalone solar up to 10,000 square feet in residential neighborhoods together have the power to substantially increase community solar in New York City. Community solar is a key strategy to expand access to solar to renters, low-income families, and others who cannot install solar on their own rooftops. Community solar requires large rooftops and large open spaces so that multiple customers can subscribe to receive credits on their electricity bills for solar energy generated. It has been slow to develop in New York City, particularly due to space constraints. The proposed rules allow for new spaces to be used for community solar, helping our grid and helping New Yorkers save on skyrocketing electricity bills. There are currently numerous incentives for solar, particularly in disadvantaged communities, and thanks to the passage of the IRA. However, to take advantage of these incentives, projects need to be able to use as much space as possible so there's enough value generated to support savings to the low-income community members, and we need COCNY in order to realize these savings. Finally, we know that solar is just one piece of the decarbonization puzzle. The proposed zoning rules would also allow for buildings to be more easily implement important measures like increasing exterior insulations and expanding the ability to place heat pumps and other electrification equipment on rooftops. And I just want to thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and so nice to see you all. It's great. It's great to see you too. And I'm going to go to Commissioner Benjamin, who has a question or comment.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, that was just to wrap up. And we just obviously you are aware of the urgency for these types of rules from New York City, and we're just grateful that the Adams administration and the City Planning Commission are moving forward with it. Thank you. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony and for all the work that you have led in terms of securing industrial retention, North Brooklyn. I have a quick question, which is, given in your new capacity, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about a question that I asked earlier. On the twin track, how can we leverage the potential economic development that can happen from this text amendment in terms of increasing or strengthening the supply chains that go into producing the systems? And I'm wondering if there's anything that you can suggest or share with us in terms of the type of impact that the zoning text amendment can do and incentivize or attract specific businesses, and or whether the existing manufacturing areas are equipped for that.
That's a great question. I think it's such a kind of nationwide challenge because of manufacturing costs that are associated and that are lower in other countries. It makes it a big challenge for solar panels to be produced in the United States and other technologies like battery storage systems. I think the IRA is an amazing tool, and what we're seeing now, and what I can see from my perspective, is that the IRA has increased the demand because of the nature and increase in size of the incentives, and also the length of the incentives. So now the incentives are in place for another 10 years. That we're going to be seeing such an increased demand, which is, I think, going to juice the market and lead to an increase in need for supply, and that's going to, I think, force there to be new options out there throughout the country for manufacturing. In terms of here in New York City, it's a challenge. I think that it's the same challenges that face new industrial businesses overall. But I think the IRA provides the key to really unlocking a lot of those incentives from a federal level, and I hope that will lead to new businesses being developed and new supply coming online.
Just to confirm, what percentage of your supply chain is actually manufactured domestically?
Very little, very little. And we don't do the installations ourselves, so we do the technical assistance and the pre-development work. We put bids out, for example, we'll put an RFP for bids to come in from solar contractors. But from my understanding, the vast majority of supply of actual solar panels or battery storage systems are produced out of the country.
And who maintains those systems? Like who is actually providing those services?
Well, in terms of the actual installers and those that are maintaining the systems, there is a very robust economy here in New York City and New York State of solar installers and new solar companies that are coming online. And so I think in terms of actual installers and those that are companies like, for instance, battery storage system companies, I think that's very robust, and we see a lot of activity and a lot of innovation of New York City and New York State-based companies. But in terms of actual manufacturing, that's been a real lag.
Thank you for that clarification. And just to finish, just in terms of the maintenance and the installation of these systems, which I would presume, require manufacturing space to be headquartered, what can you share with us in terms of, what should we plan? How should we plan to accommodate the needs of this growing sector? Because what we're hearing from the state, for example, is very interesting projections in terms of how the green jobs are going to grow. I'm not sure we have anticipated where are we going to host them or how do we plan for them, and specifically in terms of land use decisions that could be reducing the amount of space that is zoned for that. So I'm wondering if there's anything that you can comment on that.
I think I think that it can be folded into the larger manufacturing conversation that the city's having with zoning measures. And so I think a lot of the mid to heavy industrial use zoning conversations, I think, are also this gets encompassed into that conversation as well. I think as business models, they're strong industrial business models, especially with all of the federal support at the moment. I think, again, it's such a macro issue, and I'm hopeful that the IRA is the first of a series of major investments by the United States to be able to support the green energy transition.
Thanks again. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Mr. Levin, good to see you as always.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Nice to see you all.
Thank you for coming. Okay, let's move on to Naman Shah and Jamel Martin. And I will note to those who are interested in testifying, we are down to our final 10, so this is your time. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate your guys' time. My name is Naman Shah, and I work with Pop Wheels. We are a micro-mobility battery swap company. So we're the largest in the U.S. right now, and what we're doing is trying to address problems that you guys have been talking about the e-bike fires. What we're doing is we're setting up cabinets or working to set up cabinets around around New York, where Uber Eats delivery drivers can pay us a subscription fee and swap their batteries versus actually owning them. As you know, the batteries are exploding right now due to many reasons, but mostly bad maintenance or tampering with them. What we're hoping to do is move the batteries to our platform, charge them, maintain them, and reduce the battery fires throughout the city. I'll keep it short, but we are in support of the bill. From my understanding, it is improving the charging infrastructure throughout the city, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Martin, welcome, followed by Adam Roberts on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jamel Martin, and I'm an Minnepace Legal Fellow at the Municipal Art Society of New York. MAS finds the zoning for carbon neutrality to be a practical and sensible incremental step toward increased sustainability and citywide decarbonization. However, we believe that there's room to strengthen in the areas of buildings, energy, transportation, as well as waste and water to maximize and incentivize participation and push for higher standards of applicable sustainable practices. Much of the data supporting the revisions and possible effects on the public realm have not been clearly conveyed to the public. And in our submitted comments that you have, MAS encourages DCP and administration to take a more significant and more innovative steps toward addressing climate crisis in the city, considering the potential benefits afforded by the zoning for carbon neutrality will be predicated on whether the benchmarks for Local Law 97 and 154 are scalable and are met. A couple items of note, the text amendment would remove two clauses, K and L, in Section 12-10, striking language that defines floor space. And MAS believes that this change could open up a loophole, allowing developers to close off portions of the buildings and to reuse the closed off floor area in another building on the same lot. And as such, we do not support changing the definition of floor area. And furthermore, the environmental review documents did not provide enough information on how additional wall thickness from 8 to 12 inches permitted under the text amendment translates to increased energy efficiency. And in terms of urban design, more clarification is needed on how additional wall thickness allowed to intrude over the lot line onto the public streets will impact the facades of buildings and the streetscapes. And when it comes to equitable distribution of energy generated by new solar and ESS, more clarity is needed again, since the text amendment would allow commercial solar and ESS throughout the city, and mechanisms need to be put in place to ensure that new systems will also benefit tenants, particularly in environmental justice communities, rather than only the power companies and property owners. And lastly, MAS supports minimizing landfill waste as an excellent way to reduce carbon emissions. MAS also supports sustainable stormwater management practices like permeable pavement and other green infrastructure approaches to manage, minimize, and filter out stormwater runoff and reduce heat island effect. However, the text amendment merely allows owners to use permeable pavement without any mandates or incentives, and we strongly urge DCP to consider incentivizing the use of permeable pavement for certain uses such as large commercial parking lots to provide tax benefits or floor area bonuses to property owners who choose this option. Overall, this zoning text amendment demonstrates a commitment by the city to modernize zoning regulation as a part of our overall effort to achieve net carbon neutrality. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of MAS, and I direct you to read our letter for more details.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let's move to Adam Roberts on Zoom, followed by James Lloyd, present here in the room, and then Dariela Rodriguez on Zoom.
Thank you for holding this hearing today. I am Adam Roberts, Policy Director for the Community Housing Improvement Program, also known as CHIP. We represent New York's housing providers, including apartment building owners and managers. We are here to strongly support the zoning for carbon neutrality text amendment. Critically, the zoning text amendment should reduce the regulatory burden of electrifying buildings, allowing the installation of solar panels on roofs, the use of battery energy storage systems, and easier placement of heat pumps on roofs and in yards makes large-scale electrification of apartment buildings more likely. However, we ask that the city is open to expanding the number of apartment buildings eligible to install battery energy storage systems as they become more fire resistant in coming years. This zoning tax will also ease the retrofitting of low-performing facades. Too many tenants live in buildings with facades well over a century old, meaning tenants need to be constantly running HVAC systems to stay comfortable. This inefficiency creates a significant financial burden for the buildings themselves that only increases as buildings age. By no longer penalizing apartment buildings for adding insulation and recladding, this text amendment removes a major impediment to upgrading facades. While sustainability policies such as Local Law 97 should make buildings more sustainable and cost efficient in the long term, the upfront costs of compliance are still very high. And this comes at a time when banks refuse to provide financing for renovating apartment buildings, including for sustainability work. This text amendment should reduce the barriers outdated zoning restrictions place on compliance. However, more needs to be done to make the cost of compliance realistic, particularly for rent-stabilized buildings. Again, thank you to the Mayor's Office for drafting this text amendment and to the CPC for holding this hearing today.
Great. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to James Lloyd of NYSAFA, who is here. And then again, Dariela Rodriguez, Rihanna Porras, and Javon Jackson next. Thank you. Mr. Lloyd, good to see you. Thank you.
Likewise, yes, sir, and great to see former colleagues and faculty of mine here on the commission today. NYSAF is the trade association for New York's affordable housing trade industry statewide. Our 400 members include for-profit, not-for-profits, and together they are responsible for the vast majority of affordable housing built across the city and state using subsidies and city and state capital money. Founded in 1998, we're the nation's largest affordable housing trade group. So we are highly, highly in favor of this text amendment. As you all know, we've written a number of op-eds and support letters of this. So we're delighted that the commission is taking this up. You know, affordable housing and public housing most of the stock was built in another era, and it's uniquely vulnerable to climate change, you know, the existential threat of our time, because of its, you know, use of former industrial land in low-lying coastal areas. So we particularly see the need for this with our members' buildings. And of course, you know, the threat from large weather events is growing and growing and growing. So I think I just want to highlight a few parts of this proposal that are particularly important. To begin with, we echo Mark Ginsburg, a member of ours. We echo his comments regarding the importance of that text fix for Passive House. We also partner with CHPC in a study to highlight what the elevated solar changes could do. This could essentially almost quadruple the amount of solar available citywide in buildings like this. And we also like to say, you know, there have been comments about the height of this permitted obstruction for solar, that 15 feet of height is really the minimum. We would prefer 20 because, you know, the roofs of these buildings are really a battleground for lots of different uses, right? As, you know, the increase the roof thickness, you have the FDNY clearance requirements, you have more and more HVAC equipment, and the more clearance you have between that HVAC gear and the solar panels, the better efficiency you're going to get. So we would even prefer that you all go further. So at least continue with what you have proposed now. Also, we really want to highlight the exterior insulation that this does with the floor area changes. I know some folks have said, why do we have to do this? Well, a lot of buildings are, if you're maxed out on floor area now and you want to do a retrofit to improve the energy efficiency, you really have to do exterior insulation. Interior insulation, highly disruptive for the tenants. It also decreases unit sizes, and it's just not very good. It has a lot of thermal gaps. So you really want to do that exterior insulation. So, like, we really need those floor area fixes for that. And then I think finally, we really want to highlight that, you know, I think an earlier member of the public testified talking about electrifying end uses and transportation. Well, really, you know, the text changes here that address things like permitted obstructions are really important for electrification, right? And the importance of electrification is because that's what you're doing, right? You're electrifying this end use. Just like having an electric bus or electric car, you're no longer spewing, pollution out into the environment. Instead, right, if you let me finish this one thought,
Please, go ahead.
Right now, if you're using a gas boiler or an oil boiler, oil, you know, number 2 fuel oil, that's just diesel fuel. Right, you're just burning diesel fuel to heat your building in the middle of a neighborhood. That emits, you know, sulfur oxide, you know, nitrogen oxide. I mean, that is a very known major contributor to asthma. So you're electrifying that end use, just like you're electrifying a diesel truck or a car. So I think we view that as particularly important. And having these permitted obstructions allows that additional HVAC gear and allows you to pursue the electrification. So that concludes my testimony.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Benjamin.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you, ma'am?
Good to see you. Question, has NYSAFA looked at, of the 40,000 buildings that could potentially be affected, how many of them are residential, and what the residential contribution is to the 70% number of carbon output from these 40,000 buildings?
We don't have any particular numbers on that, unfortunately.
Okay. Do you have an idea of how many of the buildings that NYSAFA would consider their audience or members? How many of them would be able to take advantage?
So we haven't done any particular study on, the number that would take up. There are about close to 300,000 units under regulatory agreements across the city. So the vast majority of those are in R6 or above. So it's under the zoning that would be able to take advantage of this. I don't think we've looked particular at what exists now. I know that going forward, they do solar where feasible under HPD, and so our members more and more are doing solar on every project if they can.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
I have two quick questions. One question is, at the review session, Commissioner Crowell asked the Department of City Planning whether there were successful examples from other cities that could help us understand, who else has been working on this and what have been the results. And I'm wondering if, from your work in your state, you can point out any other communities or any other potential strategies that, have been discussed or in place that could help us shed light a little bit in terms of how this is being discussed. That's the first question.
I don't have any answers for you, unfortunately.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. And then the second question is a question that I had asked earlier to another speaker, which is, oftentimes when we review proposals here, we ask about plans to comply with the Climate Mobilization Act, people would say it's too soon, and then they go and we don't know. So I'm wondering, from your point of view, how far are we going in terms of accelerating that process? In other words, do you feel that this tax amendment is actually facilitating the process through which a developer early on in the process, and specifically through ULURP or at ULURP, can actually sort of begin to commit or increase that commitment in complying, particularly in terms of green roof, solar, and some of these other legislative requirements that only are triggered down the road?
Sure. So on Local Law 97, I would say the broader picture is that folks are really waiting for DOB to issue their regulations, right, for affordable housing compliance. That's sort of where we all are, right, in terms of like the existing stock. In terms of what you see, for our buildings where we're talking about regulatory agreement buildings. So this is a, BLDS, folks like Jen Leone over at HPD, those project managers are guiding them through so they get approved plans, and then what you see is what you get, right? So HPD is verifying that what is presented here is what is, built out in the community. So for our members, we work very closely with our government partners, and you do see that, you do see what is proposed is what is produced. So I can't speak as much to the private non-subsidized world other than to say, as you all know, zoning can typically keep you from doing things. That can't often force you to do things. So, for us, we see this proposal as giving our members the freedom to actually take advantage of this enormous amount of funding that's out there, like from the IRA, to deploy solar, sometimes mid-cycle solar even. Folks like, Bright Power and Solar One, where our members can tell to you about like all those ways to deploy that funding. But we see this as removing impediments.
But that's my question. I mean, you hinted earlier that you thought that this could go farther. So help us understand a little bit, what is it that you think that this could do that it's not doing?
I mean, I think the main thing that we have, so there are two things, right? There's the passive house zoning text fix that Mark Ginsburg already highlighted. And I think, of course, if we get a taller, even more allowance for solar, for elevated solar, that would also be very helpful. I mean, part of this is that, everything is always a push and pull, right? You have different folks in the public round, in the public space. But, ultimately for us, this is about future proofing, right? So we want this to be as aggressive as possible so that, because in 4 years, someone will say, oh, I wish I could do this, but that text amendment didn't go far enough.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. We appreciate your being here and for your support.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, next is Dariela Rodriguez on, sorry.
Hello.
Hold on, Ms. Rodriguez, I made a mistake.
Mr. Lloyd,
we have a question from the vice chairman for Mr. Lloyd, and it was my error.
Yes, sir.
So I don't like to do that. Sorry.
No problem. What impact do you think this will have on the development cost of affordable housing?
Well, this proposal itself won't change. Will not increase any development costs, right? Because it's removing that impediment. Obviously there will be some additional capital costs if you put 100% solar on these buildings, but there are so many incentives now available for that it's hard for me to actually predict that it would increase costs. It could, so much of it is defrayed by other federal programs. So I don't think it would actually reduce, I don't think it would increase. And if anything, I think it would, on the preservation side, it would probably diminish costs because you're going to have easier, better exterior insulation, exterior solutions available than doing it on the inside. So I think overall this will probably decrease costs for affordable.
Operating costs?
Certainly operating costs, yes. No, without a doubt, this will definitely help operating costs significantly.
Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Vice Chairman. We now Commissioner Marin.
Mr. Lloyd, good afternoon. I do have a question. You mentioned how HPD, sometimes the requirements for energy efficiency sometimes don't get translated out to the actual built product. But doesn't HPD follow Enterprise Green Communities? And with Enterprise Green Communities, there are actual, like Stephen Winters, who goes out and checks the work.
Oh, yes. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to apply at all. I would say what HPD asked for, they get.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry if that came across as the opposite. I meant that there's a very tight regulation and our members work with HPD very closely to make sure that those standards are adhered to. So if the opposite came through, I apologize.
It did. And then my second question would be is, do you think that the efforts that the Enterprise Green Communities currently has in its requirements are deep enough and meet some of the requirements that are not being put in place with this new zoning consideration?
I don't have that at my fingertips, that exact interplay. I know that, HPD is requiring buildings being built to better than code always, which, we support and is future-proofing. But of course, code is always catching up. Sure. Right. And I think that's sort of when we talk about this interplay between the passive house fix and code, it's the fact that when you have code sort of coming right there, you have to make sure that you are, that what is in the zoning is actually achievable. So we support HPD's current standards, but if you'd like more information on the exact interplay between Enterprise Green Communities, I'd have to get back to you.
I would love that. Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Good. Thank you again.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Rodriguez, sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay.
You're up next on Zoom.
I'm making it quick because I'm actually very late for another meeting. So good morning, good afternoon by now. My name is Dariela Rodriguez. I'm the Director of Community Development at the Point CDC in Hunts Point. I'm here today representing a frontline community, a community where residents and students have shared the Hunts Point Peninsula with warehouses for so long. I'm also a co-applicant for a zoning text amendment application and to address the clustering of last mile warehouses. There is no way for our residents and young people to avoid the trucks in our neighborhood. They're the ones who are most negatively impacted by these trucks and the pollution they cause. It's no secret that being exposed to pollution and traffic caused by trucks is harmful to the health and well-being of not only our most vulnerable, who are children and seniors, but to their entire families. And so they are the leaders who shape our work and whose priorities we hope are heard in this proposal. Despite almost 30 years of doing environmental justice work in the South Bronx, in many ways, we are in a worse situation now than ever before. Our organization's mission and work have been shaped by this terrible and terrifying reality. None of what I'm saying is new information. We all already know this. Currently, we can identify one of the biggest causes of this worsening issue. In the past few years, we have seen an increase in the number of last mile warehouses in our city, as we've been hearing today. In our neighborhood, this has led to an increase in the number of trucks and air pollution, as we've already acknowledged that we needed to decrease both those. Our neighborhood is already overburdened with poor air quality from other polluting infrastructure, and the trucks from these last mile warehouses is worsening it. The traffic makes it more difficult to get in, out, and around Hunts Point, where most of the tri-state area's food is distributed from and comes from. And it makes it more dangerous for our youth and families to walk around, to school, to our waterfront parks, and even to our space. For these reasons, we cannot ignore the issue of last mile facilities in the context of City of Yes. This is an opportunity to demonstrate our priorities. Is New York City going to continue to prioritize accommodating last mile warehouses over the safety, well-being, and health of children? Currently, there is no public or environmental review process for last mile warehouses. The city needs to adopt the zoning text amendment application submitted to create a special permit process for last mile warehouses, so we know when these facilities are coming to our neighborhood. We need regulations that protect us from the clustering of these facilities in environmental justice neighborhoods. If left unchecked, New York City's last mile warehouse clustering will further increase truck traffic, noise levels, and toxic emissions in neighborhoods like ours that already suffer from elevated levels of air pollution and asthma. On the website of City of Yes, there is a quote from DCP stating, quote, City of Yes for carbon neutrality would modernize New York City's zoning rules to make our homes, businesses, electric power grid, and even waste streams much cleaner. The reality is that the city will not achieve the goals of carbon neutrality proposed. I'm almost finished. If the zoning text amendment is not, the zoning text application to address the clustering of last mile warehouse is not adopted. There's young people sharing testimony after me. I think the biggest point is that we are not going to wait for like trickle down environmental justice, and we cannot replicate systems that have already caused this horrible situation. It would make sense to use this initiative as a starting point. If we do not, we are not truly addressing the issue, and we will find ourselves.
Okay, we've lost you on the mic, but we understand your testimony, and I will just ask you if you want to finish that last thought before you were cut off. Go ahead and finish that thought.
I was just saying that if New York City wants to modernize our city's zoning regulations to support our climate goals, then DCP must update zoning regulations for last mile trucking facilities now by creating a special permit process for last mile warehouses. It would make sense to use this initiative as a starting point for that. If we do not, we will be finding ourselves, if we don't address this now, we will find ourselves having this conversation again and having to figure this out very soon. And we cannot wait for like trickle down environmental justice or copy and replicate the oppressive systems that currently put us in this situation. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Do you have time for a question?
Thank you, Chair.
Wait, let me see if she has time for a question. She said she has. She does. Okay, Commissioner Osorio, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony. I had a question regarding some of the work that the point has led in terms of brainstorming around what energy charging stations could look like. Here in this conversation, we've talked a lot about how much and to what extent should we connect electrification discussions with clean energy generation, and I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about, help us understand a little bit your perspective on that. That's the first question. And then the second question is, of course, Hunts Point is a big, concentrates a big amount of a land zone for manufacturing, and I'm wondering if you can share your thoughts in terms of whether or not the text amendment or the proposals in this text amendment are helping us maximize the generation of green jobs, which we heard from previous speakers is still not providing, and we're being forced to import a lot of that from outside New York.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to have time to really dig deep, but I think the important thing is that we are organizations like ours, not just ours, are for many years trying to build the capacity to be able to build solar projects and, including solar and electric charging stations and other clean energy projects. So if City of Yes is supporting organizations like ours to be able to have that capacity, then we can check off some of the environmental justice values and principles in there. But if others are going to be able to build these energy projects, okay, I was muted.
Sorry, you were muted just for a second. Oops. Did we lose you? Hang on. Back up. Really?
You might have left the Zoom. We could.
Okay, it appears you may have left the Zoom. So, but I think we got the substance of what you were saying. So, thank you for being with us. Okay, we're going to move on to Rihanna Porras, followed by Javon Jackson.
Hi, my name is Rihanna Porras. I work in the Hunts Point community as a youth organizer through the Point CDC. I went to school around the Hunts Point community for 6 years, and I have noticed the increase in trucks over the years. Me being a child and just learning how to travel on my own, the trucks made it hard for me to cross the street. Even crossing the street from my old high school to go to Starlight Park was a struggle. And I still get anxious now as a young adult crossing the street in Hunts Point. Hunts Point is home to the world's second largest food distribution center, which contributes to 15,000 daily truck trips to our already congested streets. If we don't do something now, New York's last mile warehouse clustering will further increase truck traffic, which makes it dangerous for the youth who live and go to school in Hunts Point. We're coming together now to talk about having a goal of a cleaner city. To do so, we need the DCP to update zoning regulations for last mile facilities by creating a special permit process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us. Let's move on to Javon Jackson. Oh, who's right next to you? Perfect. Oh, no. It's about to be Javon Jackson right next door, right?
We're going to re-promote you.
Sorry, we're both on
Okay, are you still there?
Yeah, we're both on the same, Zoom.
Great, we've got you now. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Javon Jackson, and I live in Hunts Point. Thank you, City Planning Commissions, for your time to speak. I'm a youth organizer in Hunts Point, and I support the Last Mile campaign. I'm here today to ensure that last mile facilities are considered in the City of Yes initiative. In the last mile campaign, we called to the City Planning Commission and the Department of City Planning to address the clustering of last mile warehouses. In the past few years, we have seen an increase in the number of last mile warehouses in our city and in my neighborhood. This has led to an increase in the number of trucks and air pollution. My neighborhood is already overburdened with poor air quality from other polluting infrastructure, and the trucks from these last mile warehouses are worsening it. In Hunts Point, we know of at least 3 small warehouses in operation in our neighborhood, and one almost 600,000 square feet facility coming to East 149th Street. And this has led and will lead to more trucks on our streets and more air pollution. Our goal isn't to say that last mile warehouses don't belong in New York. We just want to better protect the health, safety, and quality of life of the communities which these facilities are being built. We need the DCP to update the zoning regulations for these last mile facilities by creating a special permitting process. Again, thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move on to Nicole Campo in the room. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'll make this short but sweet. Let me just pull up. Okay, so good afternoon, Commissioners. Nice to see some of you again. My name is Nicole Campo, and I'm a proud former staff member of the Department of City Planning, also native New Yorker, Brooklyn homeowner, and currently the Director of Land Use Planning at Matrix New World Engineering. Matrix is a company of engineers, planners, and scientists who focus on some of the nation's most pressing long-term challenges, including climate change, water supply, disaster response, and urban revitalization. We have our headquarters in New Jersey, where we've been for over 30 years, but also have offices throughout the country and in Manhattan. As advocates for the development of renewable and sustainable energy resources, we fully support the City of Yes for carbon neutrality proposed citywide text amendment. The text amendments will not only remove outdated zoning that hinders decarbonization projects, but will also reinforce New York's commitment to expanding equitable housing opportunities. This important text amendment will help solidify the city's commitment to meeting ambitious renewable energy goals and greenhouse gas reduction targets. Matrix is committed to supporting and advancing renewable energy and decarbonization initiatives such as the City of Yes. We applaud the Department of City Planning's efforts and hope that the City Planning Commission votes yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That was short and sweet. We appreciate it. Are there questions? No.
Nice to see you, Nicole.
Nice to see you.
Seems like the consensus view is we're happy to see you.
Yeah.
So this is great. Thank you.
I concur.
Welcome. Okay. Thank you, Nicole. Okay. Next up is Jeff Perlman. I will note that the fact that Mr. Perlman and I coach competing Little League teams has no bearing on how his testimony will be viewed today. But we're very happy to have him here.
They have a winning record against us. They have a winning record against us, sorry.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Bright Power is a New York City-based company with over 150 employees that I founded 18 years ago, and we're a leader in providing services that reduce carbon emissions for our buildings. We have a particular focus on apartment buildings and affordable housing and work with over 10,000 buildings comprising over 500,000 apartments in New York alone. So I want to commend Chair Gorodnick and the Department of City Planning for all your efforts to put together this well-considered and much-needed City of Yes for carbon neutrality, and we fully support it. Buildings account for 70% of New York's carbon emissions, and this will help support our city's decarbonization transition, including the carbon emissions limits under Local Law 97, which you've heard about, that provide building owners, architects, and government agencies the flexibility that we need so that buildings can undergo retrofits and add solar energy to their rooftops. The City of Yes for carbon neutrality allows for elevated solar panels to cover 100% of roof area, which will increase the solar generation by at least 3 times. And that will also enable buildings to access more of the money that's available through the IRA and others to expand the amount of solar that we're generating. There's a lot of money for particularly affordable housing that's available through some of the new tax credits and IRA, et cetera. The City of Yes also enables retrofits for the exterior insulating panels, which reduce the amount of energy the buildings will need to use to heat and cool. You've heard about that as well. And the difficulty of insulating inside the walls makes this exterior cladding all the more important. And it also means that we don't reduce the internal floor area for residents. So that's an important restriction that we're removing. Another point I want to highlight is the importance of the ability to have more HVAC equipment installed on the roofs and in the yards of buildings. If we're going to achieve our goals of carbon reductions, then we need to be able to install electric heat pumps, which are typically installed in the outside of buildings, and we'll replace the boilers that are found in basements. And we can't install the quantity of HVAC equipment that we need to electrify our buildings without these changes to the zoning. So thank you for including those. And then I just also wanted to highlight the CHPC testimony that Mark Ginsburg gave on ultra-low energy buildings and some of the tweaks that we worked with that group to suggest to how we define ultra-low energy buildings so that passive house buildings will qualify. And I just want to highlight, you've been asking about green jobs. So, there are green jobs in manufacturing, but also green jobs in the implementation of this work from an engineering perspective, from a design perspective, from a deployment perspective, from a project management perspective. And this proposal will create more of those green jobs at companies like mine and others. Given the existential threat of climate change, I just want to ask the City Planning Commission to approve the text amendment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Osorio has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. It's clear. Thank you for highlighting all of the different important aspects that you support and that help us understand exactly why. I want to ask again about the green jobs. I mean, we've heard different things. We've heard that, yes, in terms of manufacturing, we're importing everything. And in terms of installation and maintenance, it sounds like there's a considerable amount of green jobs that I want to ask if you agree with, can concur, but also specifically I want to understand how many of those green jobs are actually coming from the communities that we've been discussing here are at a systematic disadvantage in terms of taking advantage of the electrification that is being projected. We're anticipating that this is going to happen everywhere, but some of us are concerned that this is only going to happen in places where there's a market. So I'm trying to understand, how do we leverage the public benefit of the concessions, or not the concessions, but the changes that we're making to the existing requirements. And so I'm wondering if you can help us understand sort of where do you see sort of the potential for green job development here? How many of the green jobs that you currently work with or produce are coming from environmental justice communities? Help us a little bit understand sort of like where is that workforce coming from, so we can understand how to anticipate the economic impact of these decisions.
Yeah. So first, I just want to address that. The buildings that we're talking about, receiving the benefits from all these. We do a lot of work with affordable housing in a lot of disadvantaged communities across the city. In fact, I think that you'll find that the affordable housing that's been getting built and getting renovated is probably done to a higher standard. You mentioned enterprise green communities before. I think that community is probably more primed to take advantage of some of these regulations than maybe the market rate sector. So I just want to, I think that you'll see the benefits on the buildings. As far as who's getting hired in the jobs, we've worked with actually the Point and some of the other groups you've heard to try to bring folks from those communities into our company. I think that obviously when we talk about engineering, for example, there's a pipeline issue, right? We have to make sure that we have the folks in those communities are getting the training to be able to do the kind of engineering type jobs. But we certainly have internship programs around data for various folks in various communities that we've tried to work with. I don't have numbers for you specifically on how many, but I think that we, and I know others in our work, are committed to it. And I think that the other thing that can happen through the affordable housing work is obviously there are often requirements that folks are hired from within the communities that those buildings are being constructed in, and so I think that will certainly continue.
But where are those installers? So where are those companies that actually do the maintenance located? Are they in New York City? And if so, where specifically are they? What are the type of land use groups, for example, that we could focus on to help them grow as demand begins to excel?
I mean, the folks that do installation work are construction-oriented businesses, right? I mean, I know one in Greenpoint, I know some in various other parts of Brooklyn. I mean, I think they're typically going to be in your more manufacturing industrial areas. But I don't know. I don't know for certain exactly where they're all located. But most of the workers groups that we work with are located within New York City.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe we have a question from Commissioner Kermani on Zoom.
Yep. Hi, thank you. And thank you so much for your testimony. I just have a quick clarification question. When you say affordable housing, are you including public housing in that? Sometimes, it's so often conflated. I just want to be clear.
I am, and I guess I would also say that they're especially conflated with the PAC projects, which are kind of a hybrid of New York City Housing Authority and private developers. So most of the work being done on public housing in this way, I think, is probably on the PAC project, although NYCHA does have its own initiatives as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick follow-up question. So, and actually following up on the question that Commissioner Kermani just asked, has somebody done any studies to understand how would the impact of electrification, but no, rather solar installation may have on the cost of energy? In other words, with more and more people, former customers, disconnecting from the grid, given the fact that they're going to have the opportunity to generate energy on site, how much do we know about the projected cost of energy for those who are going to remain connected to the grid, that will not be able to do that? I know that NYCHA will be excluded because that's NYPA, But I'm wondering if there's anything that you can share with us in that regard.
So you're asking about what's called the death spiral of when you have less and less demand. I don't think we're in any. First of all, when you install solar panels in your building, you're not disconnecting from the utility. You're still both purchasing and sort of selling back to the utility at various points in time. Also, with the increased amount of electric demand that's coming on the grid from people electrifying their buildings, adding electric transportation, all this kind of stuff, I don't think there's any risk that the solar that we're installing on our buildings is going to, impair the amount of electricity being sold to the point where we're going to raise rates. In fact, we should be reducing the rates that folks are getting charged because the solar is going to generate power at those times of peak demand. At least for now, right? Now we're in a summer peaking arena, so the summer peaks are was the most expensive power, and so that actually reduces the cost for everyone if we don't have to upgrade the system. Because a big part of the cost in our of our electricity is actually the maintenance of the system, right? In the fixed charges that we have from Con Ed. And so if we can avoid making those upgrades to the system because the solar and because the batteries are keeping the demand within a certain range, then we can avoid the cost increases for everybody.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that explanation. But you're assuming that solar and electrification happen together, right? As we electrify, we also require solar. And right now, we're hoping that they're going to happen together. But correct me if I'm wrong. When we say electric charger, we don't necessarily say solar powering that electric charger. They're supposed to happen separately.
They don't have to be in the same building. I'm talking about the whole system.
Right, but what I'm clarifying is that right now the text amendment is not requiring that there's a solar panel connected to the electric charger. But your explanation answered my initial question, which is that if we require solar, the cost of electricity will go down regardless of the increase in demand, because we're going to have a new power source in there. I guess the question that remains for some of us is, if we don't get that solar, where is that energy that are going to come from in terms of the electricity?
I see what you're saying now. Yeah. So I mean, I think that there's certainly plenty of right now we do have a natural gas fired primarily electric system, right? So, but I mean, all of the offshore wind that we've been hearing about and other things are going to feed the grid to make our grid cleaner. I don't think that we're obviously the on-building solar will provide some of that clean energy, but it's not the majority of the clean energy that we're expecting. It's got to come from larger initiatives that are happening across the state.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Benjamin.
Yeah, one thing that you said about kind of rate setting, my understanding of rate setting, and granted my understanding is not necessarily definitive about anything, but once you have the capacity, I mean, the way my Con Ed bill seems to work is once the capacity is there, you're paying for that capacity whether it's being utilized or not. So what happens is you get charged for what you use, and then there's a overcharge for what you don't use, for the capacity that's in the system but that's not being used, because once the utility has built the capacity, they have to recoup that investment. So you have your usage, and then if you don't use enough, you get a surcharge for the extra unused capacity. And if you do use it, you get a surcharge for using it. So I'm curious how you think the price of electricity would go down if the capacity is still there, even if it's not being utilized. Won't the provider simply pass along as a surcharge the investment they have made in the capacity that's unutilized?
Yeah. Look, I'll also say this is not my area of greatest expertise, but I'll also say a couple of things. One, your utility bill, the price you pay per kilowatt hour is a combination of what the utility charges you and what you pay for the energy. And what the utility charges you is based on that the investments that they've made, right? The Public Service Commission gives the utility the authority to do certain things, and they have to earn that rate of return on it. And so if we can avoid them having to make more capital outlays to further expand the system, then they have less cost that they're adding to that charge. That's what I was saying. I was saying that if the solar can reduce the peak so they don't have to add more to the system, then they won't be able to. Then they don't have to add more wires, and they don't have to add to that cost. So that was what I was, that base cost. The other thing I'll just say, I just heard the other day, is that we're seeing an increase in our rates because the city has increased the taxes on utilities by like 20-something%. So a lot of the rate increase that we're going to see is actually us paying Con Ed taxes. We're paying Con Ed taxes now. So just.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. Okay, let's move on to the final two people who are signed up to testify today. They're both on Zoom, so I will also make this our final call for people who want to testify at today's hearing. Now is your moment. So Lo Vandervalk from Carnegie Hill Neighbors and Eric Voth are both signed up, and let us take them in turn if they are both in the room.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Lo Vandervalk. I'm president of Carnegie Hill Neighbors. We represent an area that is in the Upper East Side, near Central Park, near the reservoir. We want to applaud the Department of City Planning in issuing zoning changes to advance the goal of carbon neutrality. But for the sake of brevity, I will focus on where we may differ. I do want to say one thing. I appreciate greatly the audible quality of your system. I'm able to hear every word, and that's very unusual. Thank you for that. One of the areas where we differ, and this has been mentioned by others before, is Section 1210 clauses K and L, which are proposed to be eliminated and would therefore result in the ability of an owner to shift air rights from an existing building to another building that borders that building. So we hope that will not be allowed. Also, we are concerned about broadening the accessory uses. We think it is better to focus on the likely accessory uses and regulate them with permits if necessary, but not to whole-scale broaden the definition. We are also concerned about permitted rooftop obstructions. We think they are too large, and one of the areas where I think we would like to see is to maintain the 10-foot setback, because if that is not done, the current zoning provisions allow for frontage, a street wall to be extended 1 or 2 stories higher, as long as it meets the 30% frontage minimum requirement and stays within that minimum. Regarding roof thickness and wall thickness, we think it's probably more efficient to allow an incentive to achieve minimum energy efficiency targets and grant an FAR bonus of maybe 5% rather than lay down all sorts of requirements. Finally, we think, yes, the city should look more broadly to other areas, including the watershed, the New York City water supply watershed areas. That's a lot of area, and there are real potentials to have many solar panels in those areas. We also think canopies above parking lots are a great idea. Thank you very much for allowing us to testify.
Great. Thank you, Lo. Good to hear your voice. We're going to move on to Eric Voth, and we have also now Tim Dumbleton. Just again, for those who want to testify, this is your chance. Thank you.
Hello,
Eric, with us, Eric Voth.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can, and we can see you too.
Excellent. Thank you for having me. My name is Eric Voth, partner at Goldman Harris. You had heard from Carrie Harris before. I'd like to make read a brief statement from Karina Solis. She's our client and energy storage project developer at New Leaf. She apologizes. She tried to testify earlier. She was having problems dialing in. So I'd like to read a statement from her. Karina has been developing utility scale energy storage systems in New York City for the past 6 years, and she's very aware of the site constraints and other technical impediments for meeting the state's rigorous energy storage goals. So as you've heard today, residential neighborhoods, for them to benefit from the resiliency that energy storage adds to the grid, these systems must be located on properties that are on the same grid or on spurs that lead to the grid in the residential area served. New Leaf appreciates the concerns that have been raised by community members in these areas, and so they encourage not only the adoption of more robust screening and buffering and planting requirements, and that would help make these sites more compatible with adjacent residential and commercial uses. Again, even under an as-of-right regulatory framework, FDNY, OTCR, and DOB review, they approve these systems, and it takes upwards of 3 years. And this is not going to be shortened or abbreviated by the proposed zoning text amendment today. FDNY maintains its in-house energy storage expertise to clarify and carefully review each new project for site-specific concerns per their own department rule 608.01. Crane also wanted to remind everyone that these energy storage systems are more than just batteries. They contain monitoring, they contain control equipment, the safety systems, including but not limited to fire suppression. All are reviewed by multiple expert teams prior to permit approval. So the commission and city council and the city residents should be confident in FDNY's rigorous, nationally respected review of each system and its placement and protection on a site in a manner that does not impose any risk to the neighbors. Thank you for your consideration of Karina's testimony. If you have any questions for her, including any technical questions, I'm happy to pass them along, and she can help clarify in written testimony.
Great, we appreciate that. Thank you. We are going to move on to Tim Dumbleton. And I have nobody else signed up after Mr. Dumbleton, so we'll call this last call. Mr. Dumbleton, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
We can,
Great.
yes.
Great. My name is Tim Dumbleton. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Microgrid Networks. I'm joining you from Williamsburg, Brooklyn, where behind me you can see a 5 megawatt, 4-hour energy storage facility, which is also our office. And you can see it over my shoulder. I'd like to speak in favor of this proposal and echo the statements of other energy storage developers who've spoken today. I also wanted to offer to any commissioner to come and visit Williamsburg and see a facility firsthand. There's something about being here and seeing the technology. It's really the technology of the future, and we welcome you to come and visit us at our office. We've been working for several years building these facilities. We know how hard it is to find sites, how to permit, how to get the interconnections sorted out. And also we know very much about the difficulty of finding sites that are also next to the grid. The grid is 70 smaller grids in New York City, each which needs many, many energy storage facilities in order for the city to meet its decarbonization and electrification goals. We don't see any way that the city and state will meet its electrification decarbonization goals without passing this proposal. So I'll keep it short and sweet, and please come visit us. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And we have a question from Commissioner Osorio. Before we do, though, describe for us what exactly you have behind you, though, because you pointed it out. Tell us what we're looking at. Tell us the size of it. Tell us what it is exactly.
Okay, so this is a 5 megawatt, 4-hour facility. So there's actually slightly overbuilt. So we have 22 megawatt hours in 8 battery containers. They're LFP batteries made by CATL, and the company that makes the enclosure is called SunGrow. These are connected through a 5 megawatt. So the 5 megawatts is the size of the pipe, and 4 hours is the size of the tank. So it's 20 megawatt hours is the size of the tank. So 5 times 4 is 20. And so you'll see also the framework above it is a particular requirement for the New York Fire Department. That is actually a sprinkler system located over the container. If there's any problem with the facility and you need to spray water, this is an NFPA 15 system, which is sitting above the container. This is our office. My office building's right here. This is where we sit and have lunch every day.
Okay, yeah. So there are other questions, but let me just focus for 1 second. The footprint of the structures that we're looking at.
So the total it's about 7,500 square feet, which includes, there's essentially two pieces to enter any energy storage facility. There's the batteries themselves, and then there's the interconnection. And it's about, right now, it's about half and half in terms of the size of the size of facility. So we have about 7,500 square feet, and about 3.5 of it is, 3 3/4 is the interconnection, and the other 3 3/4 is these battery containers. So if you look over there, that's actually these behind that is our inverters and then interconnection. But you can see these are the battery containers. We're in a flood zone, so these containers are elevated 3 feet above the gravel surface, which is the 100-year floodplain. We're sitting right next to the Newtown Creek.
Okay, that's extremely helpful. We have questions from Commissioner Osorio and Benjamin, and perhaps others.
Thank you, Chair. Just to build on that initial question, so how much does this power, those 5 megawatts, like how much is that in terms of how families, or to help us understand a little bit sort of the capacity?
Yeah, so you should assume that a typical house and a typical apartment consume about 30 megawatt hours a day. And these containers hold 20,000 megawatt hours. A typical Tesla holds 90 megawatt hours, right? So a typical Tesla holds about 3 times what a typical house uses in a day. And so I'll let you do the math, but it's basically 20,000 divided by 30 in terms of the number of houses you could support with this facility per day. But again, the energy storage facility is really not about that. That's measuring to situation, but energy storage is really not about backup or providing backup power. It's really about keeping the blackouts from happening by lowering the peaks. So this is this network in Williamsburg is considered one of the more vulnerable networks, and so that's why we've located it here.
Gotcha. So is it accurate to say that this is more of a microgrid sort of type of assemble? In other words, like where you're going to have more energy that one specific sort of like family will get. This is a little bit of like building the infrastructure to anticipate that a bigger sort of like number of users. Is that, am I reading correctly, sort of like the equation here?
This facility in particular is providing grid support. So we're fully grid facing. So we're entirely focused on providing energy for the electrical grid. We do not have, besides our office here and the 2 EV chargers, which are the fastest EV chargers in the city of New York, we do not have any other load here. So we're not creating a microgrid right here for the purposes of disconnecting from the grid or something like that. We are essentially providing services to support the main Con Ed electrical grid here.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have another quick question, which is, so if we were to power that with solar, how much would we need?
Well, I guess a typical solar on a house is somewhere in the 15 kilowatt range. That's a typical suburban house might have anywhere between a 10 kilowatt for a small house to maybe a 40 or 50 kilowatt system for a larger house. So again, I'll let you do the math on that, but those, you would multiply that by the number of hours that the sun is operating, and that was how many kilowatt hours a day you would generate. So a small house might generate 50 kilowatts on a good day, or 20 kilowatts on 50 kilowatt hours or 20 kilowatt hours on a day. That's a kind of typical range. And then you would multiply that by 2-3 times if you had a bigger system. So this is a substantial amount of energy stored behind me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Benjamin?
Yeah, thank you for the illumination of what we are talking about. I have a couple of questions about your building typology. One, is
Sure.
this a residential building, or is it a former manufacturing building?
This is an M11. This is an empty lot. This lot used to be it was a used car parts dealership. We're in the IBZ in Williamsburg and East Williamsburg. We're right near where Metropolitan hits Grand Street. And where right behind us is the Newtown Creek. So we are in an M11 district, and this used to be it was a used car parts dealership. The building that our office is was they would take the crashed cars apart, and then they would have big racks. Instead of batteries, they had big racks, and the car parts were sold on the racks. They were stored on the racks and sold from there.
Okay, and you said the facility is about 7.5 thousand square feet. Is that the area of?
The entire lot is 22,000 square feet. The facility for the energy storage is 7,000 to 8,000 square feet. And about half of it is half of that is equipment for the interconnection. Half of that is the batteries and the storage piece themselves.
And how much does it weigh?
The batteries themselves, the containers weigh about 275 pounds per foot. That's probably the most useful metric. So if you're putting them on a roof of a building, you need a robust building, a building that has either extra column capacity, and you can use dunnage to carry the load down to the columns, or extra, or a rooftop that can support that load, which is usually more of an industrial type load.
Right. So in a residential building, that weight might prove to be too much for the existing supports.
Correct.
And
There are
very few to handle.
There are very few residential buildings could you drop this on the roof and have it support it. It would not work. So.
Okay. Thank you and one last question. Surrounding you, I see there's something on your left that's, what is that? That steel?
That was
you said you're in an M11.
Correct. There's a Pepsi distribution company behind us. This is just a steel fence that was existing when we got here, between us and the Pepsi distribution company, the Frito-Lay distribution.
Where's the nearest residence?
Legal
or illegal?
About a block that way, I would assume.
Okay.
It's a
Thank
very
you.
mixed area. There's a lot of.
Great, thank you. We have some more questions. Commissioner Marin, Commissioner Rampersad, and Commissioner Cerullo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned when the chair asked what's that behind you, and you mentioned the fire suppression system. That's what I'm going to call it for now.
Sure.
You called it a sprinkler system, which would assume water. That's why I used the word fire suppression system.
It is water. Right.
Yeah. So my concern is water and electricity don't normally mix. So why water?
For energy storage, the fire department has determined that water is the best way to put out a battery fire, and so that's what they'd like.
Understood. It just seems so counterintuitive, but I have to ask the question. Thank you.
Sure. Everyone prefers in the industry. Everyone prefers water over other fire suppression systems.
Thank you, Commissioner Rampersad.
Yes, thank you. And it's great to see it behind you. How many other locations do you have in the New York area?
We have 2 that are at this state of completion, and we're planning to build another 70 between now and 2030.
So that leads me to my next question. How long is the entire process to get one of these built in New York City?
This facility here took about 4 years to do. It's been a long and winding road. There's been an enormous amount of permitting challenges. I think everything has been very new. So the fire department has taken a long time. The Department of Buildings has taken a long time. And we've had a lot of difficulty getting equipment and material. There have been enormous lead times for battery storage. There was a big lithium spike in lithium prices that delayed us. So lead times for transformers are now over a year. So this kind of stuff takes a long time to plan, a long time to implement. As you know, getting power from Con Ed takes a long time. And this is a lot of power. So we're we're not asking for a tiny little outlet. We're asking for a very, very large interconnection.
You hit on a lot of points that we heard testimony on today about lead
Sure.
times, FDNY, DOB. Question, do you have, I guess, how often do you get inspections from FDNY on a facility like this?
This facility is about to go operational. So we had our last inspection was last week.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cerullo.
Thank you. I want to ask you, and forgive me that I don't know this. I've seen obviously renderings of a facility like this, but would you say that the design of the structure and what is required around it by either fire or any other agency is a conventional style design? Is that what generally they all look like? I'll separate the issue of size and perhaps size.
Yeah.
Just makes me wonder, is that what they look like? Is that like when you're building 7 more, you have 2 now? Do they all generally look like brothers and sisters in the industry standard of what these are?
I'm sorry you dropped off a little bit, but I think I get the gist of the question, so I'll try to answer. First of all, this is what we consider to be, on the large size of our small facilities. We are planning another facility up in Dutchess County, which is 20 times the size of this. So this is a small facility relative to things that are built in California and Texas. That said, this size is intended to bolster neighborhoods in New York City. And this size, we are planning many of this size. And what you have to understand, that New York City's electrical grid is not one grid, it's 70 smaller grids. And so if you put one of these, this one does not support anyone in Manhattan or the Bronx or anyone in even one. If you go to the East River, Williamsburg, this facility does not support that neighborhood because it's a different electrical grid. So what you really need to do is put these things everywhere. And then you have to decide whether you want to have a bunch of bigger ones like this, or you want to have more smaller ones in order to be able to have the same capacity of storage in order to be able to support the grid. And so the facilities, back to your question, the facilities that are of this scale, yeah, they're all going to look like this. But if you were to go much smaller, things are going to get, there's batteries already all over the city. There's batteries on the roof of a hotel in JFK Airport that you never knew about. There's batteries on the Barclays Center roof that you never knew about. And they look a little different than this. But right now, this is kind of the standard. So right now, we're planning a bunch of facilities that look just like this. It's a bunch of metal boxes. There's a frame with sprinklers overhead. And inside those boxes, each one of those doors that I open, you basically, the ones with the holes in them, those ones are control systems. The ones without holes, those are actually the batteries. And then there's one at the end down there that is the air conditioning system, right? So they're basically modules. The containers are 30 feet long. They come in bays. There's an air conditioning system, then 3 batteries, then a control system, and then 3 more rows of batteries. And you pull those back, you basically open the doors, the racks, they pull out, and the batteries are, lined up inside. So it's really just this aggregation of these modules. And then, this size is a size that generally in the markets in New York City is what people are building. And most of the developers that are building in New York City are building facilities of this size to support the local neighborhood distribution grids.
No, that's very helpful. In fact, it's very relevant to why I was asking the question. And I just one quick follow-up. I realized you said this was in a flood zone, so it seems to be built perhaps a little higher. But what is the height of this building? It's hard to tell from here. What is the height of it from, say, the ground, typically, whether or not you have it raised up, but to the top of the metal framing that seems to be the whole structure if you were putting it in a box?
Yeah, so the containers are a normal size container. They're 8.5, 9 feet tall. And then I think that the framework is sitting, say, 6 feet above that. I'm sorry, I don't have the precise number, but the sprinkler heights is basically, yeah. And then we are elevated 3 feet off of of grade here because the flood zone is essentially where the gravel is. And then we have 3 feet of freeboard. So we're actually, normal facilities are 2 feet above, and this is 3 feet. So we have an extra foot of freeboard just for our own safety.
So generally speaking, it would be somewhere around 5'9" so you're about 16 feet in height. Typically.
Yeah, that's what this facility is. Yeah, this is a typical facility. The size will look like this. Maybe the grade is higher, but the other piece of it is relatively standard. Yes.
I appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Rampersad has his.
No. I think you answered.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this. This is incredibly useful. I have a quick question that I've asked others, and it sounds like, please confirm that the equipment, it sounds like the batteries definitely, but are there any components of your infrastructure that are manufactured domestically?
Yeah, so as I was saying, there's about half of the equipment is for the interconnection, the other half of the equipment is for the battery containers. Right now, you could not source this number of batteries from a U.S. supplier. There's now obviously a huge amount of the IRA. There's a huge amount of development of battery production facilities in the United States, but most of the interconnection equipment, which I could show you down there, is actually all manufactured in the United States. So a lot of it's the switchgear were manufactured in Texas and shipped up to us. So not a lot of it is currently produced in New York, but as you know, there's a bunch of people building battery plants in the United States. Now, just to be clear, the market for batteries in globally, 95% of that market is for EVs. The market for batteries is driven by the EV market. We are just a tiny little extra market that the EV producers of batteries sell to also. But we don't drive the market. We basically end up following the market for the EVs. So whoever is producing those batteries for EVs, that's where we're going to end up buying them from, just because these things are all about scale. So right now, these batteries are produced in China and the containers are produced in China. And that's where you can get them. There's only 2 or 3 battery suppliers that are actually approved to be installed in New York City. There's Tesla and SunGrow. And then 2 or 3 other ones that are smaller.
And what does it take to recycle a battery from an EV to something like this? Is there, or help us understand a little bit the type of jobs that are associated with something like that?
Well, if I'd known I was going to get such technical questions, I would have brought a lot smarter people from my office. I'm just the COO, but I'll try to answer your question. So the truth of it is that the batteries, when batteries degrade, batteries are made up of a lot of different layers of metal. So a lot of very, very thin layers of metal, right? They're in rolls and then they're surrounded by a fluid. But the degradation of that is not the destruction of the metal. It's the destruction of the little layers. They get little cracks in them, they get little fissures. So that all of the money you've spent on getting those metals doesn't go away, right? That metal is still in there and it's as valuable as it was when it was in the ground, probably more so. So my understanding of the industry for recycling of batteries is really just about like ramping it up. And you barely have an industry to produce all these batteries today. And the recycling of industry has to come after there are batteries to be recycled. We built a project down in Texas where looks similar project to this, meaning grid-basing energy storage project, and we used recycled batteries from cars. So there are a bunch of old batteries from cars that were then used to support the grid, and they were being reused because the density mattered a little bit less, and we could get them cheap. So I think the industry for recycling is coming because the metal and the components are valuable even after they've been used for 15, 20 years. But so we just have to wait for that to happen, but you have to build the industry that produces the batteries for them to recycle before you can have that industry, materialize, right?
Thank you very much for addressing all of our questions.
I just want to clarify, did you say 70 more or 7 more in the pipeline?
70. Oh, we want to
70,
build
okay.
70. So just let me explain to you that, you know, there's a very clear state mandate for 6 gigawatts in New York State between now and 2030, of which we built less than 1%. Okay, so we are extremely behind as a state. We are getting a grade D- in terms of our ability to meet our own goals in energy storage. So everyone needs to understand that we are way behind. And then we can't think, oh, well, we'll just take till 2032 or something, because between 2030 and 2040, we're supposed to install another 6 gigawatts. And between 2040 and 2050, we're supposed to install another. So the race to build this stuff doesn't end. It continues as fast and even accelerates between now and 2050. So we have to get going.
And all these 70 proposed in the pipeline, they're in the New York City area?
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, in the 5 boroughs.
5 boroughs, okay. Okay.
Yeah, New York City consumes, New York City and the surrounding area consumes half the energy in the state. So we have to assume there's 6 gigawatts, that at least half of it needs to be located here. Also, New York City is the least decarbonized energy grid in the state of New York. Upstate, there's a ton of hydro, a ton of solar. Everything is substantially, you can just don't trust me. Go look at NISO. There's a whole thing. I can provide the reports for you about how decarbonized upstate is relative to downstate. So that the real work has to happen here. The dirtiest polluting peaker plants are here. And this is where we have to put the energy storage system. You want to get rid of peaker plants? Build a bunch of this. You like looking at peaker plants? This is way better looking, more efficient, way, way better.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yeah, I had a basic question. What is the regulatory framework for the operation of your business? I mean, how do you start a business like this? Is it the power authority that authorizes you to come in? You know, how are you not muscled out by the utilities?
Well, first of all, Con Ed is not allowed to own and operate generation, and this is considered generation. So we are an independent power producer. All the power plants in New York City are owned by independent power producers. We are a developer and independent. We're going to own and operate these facilities. So we are, our company, which is growing, we are allowed to operate as independent power producers in the state of New York. And in fact, if you want to electrify New York City, you're going to have to use a ton of more power, right? You're not use gas, but you can use more electricity. Everybody knows that. If you want to pump twice as much electrons through the same wires, then you have to either double the number of wires or you have to use those wires more efficiently. And this lets you do that. So the state, when the state realized this, inside the regulatory tariff, as a ratepayer, as someone who consumes electricity and pays for electricity, you have two choices. You can either pay to double the number of wires, which is incredibly expensive, or go the more efficient route, which is increase the efficiency by doing energy storage. So we actually get paid we have a specific tariff that lasts for 10 years. If I build this, I get to operate for 10 years and get a specific price. It's called the VDER tariff, VDER, and that's why everyone builds 5 megawatts, because the VDER tariff is designed to incentivize 5 megawatts and below at a distribution scale. And it pays us a set rate for every charge and discharge that we do. We get paid a set rate for 10 years. And we charge at night and we discharge in the day. We flatten the peak basically every day. And
so
they're currently, Con Ed we buy and sell power from Con Ed, period.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Dumbleton, your testimony was extremely illuminating, not just on the substance of the battery storage behind you.
Thank you.
Yes, exactly, but also showing us what it looks like outside, because this commission has been hearing testimony in the basement of an office building for the last 4.5 hours. So we appreciate you on a variety of levels. You are the last witness for the day, so we are going to thank you. We will close the hearing, and I will note that right on schedule as we close the hearing, Con Edison has sent out their advisory saying that we're about to put a lot of strain on our grid, as a result of extreme heat in New York City, which will inevitably mean that those peaker plants will be turned on and that our environment will be further polluted, and further showing the need for smart zoning changes to enable a more sustainable city. And so they have helped to make our case. We appreciate, of course, they were also here to testify today. With that, Madam Secretary, let me ask if there is any further business before the Commission today.
No, Chair Garodnick, there is no other business before the Commission, but I do have some public information to share. For those of you who are unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal, through DCP's website, or by mailing your comments to City Planning Commission Calendar Information Office, 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271.
Wonderful. With that, thank you, members of the Commission, the team at City Planning, Niles, Michael, we really appreciate you and everybody behind this proposal. And with that, we are adjourned.
On the charge, I mean.
The time is 2:41 p.m.
As they come in rather than